Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope everybody had a happy Saturday. It is my only day off of the week, and it was nice, although it was very, very hot out, and I was not expecting it to be 85 degrees. I was in Western Mass for an event, a sporting event. But my husband plays in, and I had no idea it was going to be that hot. It was supposed to be like mid 70s, and it started to get into the 80s. So we had to like desperately find some shade because it was way too hot. We were not expecting it to be that hot. So good morning, everyone. We've got a couple things that I have queued up to go over from this week. We got to, go over some of the stuff that happened this week. We got to go, hey, B Tim, we got to go over some of the stuff that happened this weekend. Pretty funny. We're going to watch the, I know I don't usually give views to the sewer turtle, but he had a little meltdown, just a little clip. You can't find me on the TV. So Sharon, if you go onto your YouTube and you just type in Twisted Tragedies, capital T, space, capital T on the tragedies, it should show you like a list of people that have the same name. See this logo here, my little logo? You should be able to see the logo in my picture. It looks like a woman, almost like a ghoulish woman. If you click on that, it should say something like 2,000 something subscribers, blah, 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 whatever it is. You should be able to click on that and find us there and then hit the subscribe button. You're totally welcome. All right. So we have an epic meltdown of the sewer turtle. Hey, how are you? Oh, good for you, Katie. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. I'm happy you're out of the bushes. We have a great chat. You're welcome, Sharon. We have a great chat. We have great conversations. We have great debates. I have a couple of people here who actually do think that either there's your reasonable doubt, or they think maybe she's still innocent, who actually watch here and talk and chat. And we have some really good, like, civil debates where people aren't just insulting each other and calling each other names and trying to degrade each other. So, I happen to be very proud of my channel and proud of the way that they're very protective of me, and I'm protective of my viewers, some of which I've gotten to know as family and friends at this point, as much as they are of me. And so I appreciate them. We have a lot of very smart, seasoned individuals here, from people who work in courthouses to attorneys to law enforcement to retired law enforcement, nurses and medical professionals, and you name it, just all up and down every field. And I love that we have amazing tech people, and I love that each one of you has your own set of skills that can contribute to the conversation, which is what I love about this. Before we get started, let me do my little spiel. Let me do my spiel before we get started. I got a couple clips queued up. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you already have not, I would very much appreciate it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Trial has been really slow for donations for the channel. The channel is struggling hardcore. So one thing I don't do, you guys, is lie, as you know, which is why not so many people started to realize that this conspiracy just wasn't a thing anymore, because they've been lied to so much for so long about things that now they just try to twist it into that conspiracy box to fit no matter what happens. No matter how many damning clips or things that Karen herself spews out of her mouth, they claim it's AI. When it's in the court, it's not AI. Like, the defense has to, you know what I'm saying? Like, stipulate some of this. Like, they're not claiming Karen didn't say it and that it's AI. They know she said it. They were there with her when she said it. So, like, some of the ridiculous, amazing, stupid things that they say, it has me giggling sometimes, because I'm like, some of these have to be well-intentioned people who just don't realize, And I, for a long time, I've felt real bad for a subset of them that, like, not the ones that go out and think it's okay to just insult and dox and harass and threaten because they can't just argue facts. That's never okay, especially from a grown adult. That's juvenile behavior. But I think because they watch him do it, like, they think it's like they're going to get a pat on the back from the cult for doing it. And they do, But the one thing we know over here is I give facts. I also give my opinion, but I give the facts of the case. And I tell you people to go look. Don't just take my word for it. Don't take anyone's word for it. No one's word for it. Go look yourself. Go test the facts yourself, between everyone. So let me pull this down. We picked up a new way for people outside of the US to contribute to the channel because people were asking for something besides outside of PayPal. So we have PayPal, and now we have Revout. So Revout is for around the world. Anybody, not just in the UK, but many other countries can use Revout. It's used like Cash App or Venmo, pretty much. It's used a couple other ways too, but you can use it like Cash App or Venmo, where you can send and receive money from a different country to a different country, which is really cool. So we have a Revout account set up. We also have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We're not monetized yet. We're still waiting on YouTube. They're notorious slow. They could take up to 90 days, which could be the entire trial for all I know. So we're still waiting on that. So the only way that the channel survives is donations from our viewers. And during trial, it's a lot slower than not during trial, because mostly we're all focusing on what's happening on the screen, right? So we're not really thinking about what's, donating to the channel, because we want to see everything that's being said. So the channel has been making a lot less lately because I'm doing these 8+ hour streams. And so if you can, it'd be very helpful if you can donate to the channel, because that's the only way we survive. We don't have monetization. We don't get paid per view or anything like that. We don't have memberships. We don't have super stickers. We don't have super chats. Although we have a beautiful super chat dance. We don't have any of that. So the way that you can support is by liking or subscribing, sharing the video. That's very helpful. Or donating to the channel. That's also very helpful. So let me pull this down. Boop, boop, boop. Also, I'm going to pull the big one down. But as you guys can see, do you see that bottom below this big one right here? There's a little ticker right about here that scrolls past the screen. It's very unnoticeable. I can't make it bigger. But that one will stream the entire stream. That way, at whatever point you feel that maybe you want to donate, I don't have to pull the big one up all the time. You can pause us or just wait for it to come back around on the ticker. A lot of people are like, what ticker? Where is it? And I'm like, it's right here. And I'm like, can you make it bigger? No, I cannot make it bigger. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that, my friend. Usually, yeah, this is Ashley's date day. You're welcome, Katie. You're welcome. I saw that, Jen. I saw that this morning, and somebody grabbed her social security number. But again, I mean, there are breaches in security, credit card companies. It could have been that, you know what I mean? It went on and on and on and on and on. No offense, but coming from someone who has dozens of fake accounts that uses them to do what they don't do on their own profile. She'll get nasty on her profile, but the fake ones of hers, where we end up knowing that it's her because she rats herself out, are much more vile, much worse. Lots of insults to people, lots of lies about people that just get spread. It's really gross, honestly. All right, so yeah, they say it's AI. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard. And this is where it goes into cognitive dissonance, because her attorneys are not arguing the video's not real. It's AI. She didn't say such a thing. They have already stipulated to that being her in those clips. Those are her. They're not arguing that it's not her and she didn't say it. They're not even arguing that. So this is where I find it so funny that the class come with any reason to make it a conspiracy, and why it has to be fake if it's evidence against Karen. Has to be. It just has to be fake in some way, somehow. It's either AI or made up or taken out of context. It's not. Not even the defense is going to argue that. They're, claiming oh, but Chloe's not alive. Again, not even the defense can claim that, because they were offered to go out and see Chloe and they declined. Now, if you're trying to prove your theory of dog bites, don't you think if you're claiming that dog bit your client's victim, that maybe you'd want to go examine the dog, right? And then the best one I heard this morning, you guys are gonna love this. Oh, that's awesome, Monarch. I love that. We're going from Orlando, driving through Atlanta, back to Michigan. Here we go. The best one I heard was that the molds are junk are junk science. And so I said, oh, so Dr. Russell, her conclusions come from junk science. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate that very much. Like, they don't actually even realize what they're admitting to. Good morning, Joan. You guys are much appreciated. You guys are much appreciated. Also, thank you, Red Sky. I made my intro and outro myself. My intro was my first ever shot at trying to edit a video ever. And my outro was my second. So I'm very proud of them because I did, I think, a pretty good job for my first and second tries. So yeah, Mr. Reed had a little bit of a meltdown. He had a little bit of a meltdown over this week at Alan Jackson. He was not happy with the way Alan Jackson was cross-examining Jen McCabe. He wanted Mr. Jackson to, quote, bring Jen to her knees like he claimed he was going to do. And so he got upset with Alan Jackson. The problem with that is you can't bring somebody to their knees that story has never changed and is being honest. That's not a thing. And clearly, Jen McCabe got the best of Alan Jackson. It's really that simple. Even some law tubers had to actually start admitting this is not going well for Karen, and AJ lost. It's that simple. He very much lost. The spin on that is amazing to watch, though, from people who just want the conspiracy to be true. They will make any excuse on why she is not guilty and why everything against her is fake. Everything has to be fake or made up. Even things the defense isn't even arguing. And this kind of goes to like some people who don't understand how trials work. And like, I think if you're going to watch trials or really argue on cases, you should probably start knowing the policies and procedures for a trial and how they run. The defense isn't ever going to argue that Chloe's dead because they know she's not. The defense is never going to argue that those clips that keep being shown of Karen that weren't shown, on TV are not her. They're never going to argue that because they've already had to stipulate that they are her, that those are Karen Reed and those are her words. The only thing they've argued is they don't want them played. Shocker, right? But they're not arguing that that's not Karen. It's made up. It's AI. They're not arguing any of that, and they never will. They never will. Like that's not. It's amazing to me how far people are willing to go to make their theory plausible or make it be the one theory that has to be. They can't even concede to like that clip being very bad. Like, what did I hear from people recently? Here's a couple things. I'll give you guys a couple things before I play this clip here. Yeah, the meltdown was pretty bad. We're going to show the meltdown. It's pretty bad. It's pretty funny. But one of the things that I kept hearing was, I said, why would Karen think that why would she expect to find John on the side of the road if she watched him go to the door like she claimed a year later, right? Why would she be expecting to find him on the side of the road? The most common talking point I keep hearing is, well, she could have thought he was walking home in the snow. There's how many people inside that house? Why would she think he'd be walking home and not asking for a ride from one of the people inside the house? Why would you think? That doesn't even make logical sense. And if you think that a jury is going to start making up excuses that don't even sound probable to get Karen out of it the way they are, they got another thing coming. Like, that is not how it's going to work. Like, it's not how it's going to work. Not even by a freaking long shot. Like, so it's kind of amazing to me the lengths they will go. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning, Anna. To make this sort of conspiracy work that clearly does not. Like, yeah, that's what happened. Oh, yeah, Jackson claimed he was going to prove quite a few things in that opening, and when he can't, right, and we can't bring that to the jury, they're going to start questioning what in the hell is going on here. Like, you said X, Y, and Z, but the opposite has been proved, and you haven't given us anything to prove X, Y, and Z. Like, that's going to be a huge problem. Like, no, he didn't have any, as far as we know, there was no meltdowns and, to Jackson. I don't even know if it was in front of the jury or not, but probably not. But like, still, like, That was like the whole reason, part of the reason why they had to like sit there with the judge and like, you know what I mean? Whatever. Like, but that's what happened. Well, that's the thing. All you have to do is play your own words, right? That's the thing. I mean, at this point, if I'm the defense team, like the only thing I can do here at this point is get a plea deal. And because my client is such an ego-driven narcissist, she never will accept a plea deal. So at this point, what's my option? Try to slowly throw the case and let her appeal on ineffective counsel later on certain things, because certain things she can't, she signed away for. So what else do you do? I mean, you're losing majorly in this case right now. Like, because they also had a little back and forth between the families. So Paul moved to the back. It is what it is. There's nothing, you know, but here's the thing. Karen's family is ignorant. The brother will say shit like where, you know, the O'Keefe family has tried to remain as calm as they can. Nathan Reed will oftentimes throw little digs. And then when the Reeds allow some of the Sewer Turtle cult members to join them in sitting there, and some of these YouTubers, they'll make comments under their breath and do things to sort of like, it's been coming for a while, I really think. Yeah. A buffalo on a prairie. That's what you call your loved one? I mean, what? Oh, she'll never testify, you know? And that's the thing. The jury's going to rely on what she's saying, her own words, you know? I 100% think she convicted herself on the second-degree murder by claiming she thought she was going to find. She knew, she expected to find him on the side of the road. And speaking of which, speaking of said clip, let's play it, shall we?
Hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start with football therapy. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone. So you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
I could never. Why would you expect him to be finding him on the side of the road? Shape or form, and also know what it was. Or raw.
All right, hold that, please.
You've never been to Fairview before, right? So how would you know? How would you know what should have been there or shouldn't have been there? It's a very damning clip. I think Sarah, and they can, here's the problem with that, is they're going to bring the same case that they brought in the first trial, which, as we know, did not go over well with most of the jury. They're going to argue against everything that the Commonwealth says, obviously, but Karen, in her own words, is what's going to sink her. So, I mean, the defense can bring the same witnesses we've already seen before onto the stand, and the same witnesses are going to say the same things that we saw them say in the first trial. In my opinion, that's not going to sway a jury to not convict her. All of the things that she's already said in some of these clips after her attorneys have been arguing for 3 or 4 hours against the very thing that she says in the clip is not going to help her case. And as we know, the defense's case is a lot shorter than the Commonwealth's case. So they took 3 days last time. And most of the jury members did not buy the conspiracy. Most of the jury members did not find Green or Marie Russell credible. And they found Arca a little credible, depending. So, I mean, even Arca said she couldn't have backed up and cracked her taillight on John's car that slow. So how do you explain the taillight away? How do you explain the fact that Proctor never went to 34 Fairview? So who are you saying framed you with taillight in front of everyone, in front of an entire search team? It just doesn't make sense. Her story is being taken apart piece by piece in her own words. At this point in the trial, right now, she's not winning. She's losing hardcore. And it's because she couldn't keep her mouth shut. You know? Oh, yeah, they've done that many times. Like, well, that's the thing. As long as the jury isn't tainted with people who tried to sneak on there, any reasonable person at this point is voting guilty. Here's the thing. At least 2 of the charges she's charged with, she's already proved her own guilt on. All right? Leaving the scene of a DUI, like, she already admitted she shouldn't have been driving, okay? And that she was drinking. I mean, juries aren't going to be like, we didn't hear that. We didn't see that. La, 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 not guilty. Like, that's not reasonable to believe. Like, it's not silly to say the defense hasn't proven anything yet. They haven't offered they can do that with cross-examination. And every cross-examination they have made thus far has fallen flat. It has fallen completely flat. As a matter of fact, Alan Jackson didn't do himself favors. And I'm not even the only one saying it. Emily D. Baker and Andrea Burkhart also say the same exact thing. He did not do good on the cross with Jen McCabe. Some of these crosses, he's overdoing it, which risks putting the point into the jury's head. He argued for a few hours over, I hit him. And then we hear a clip of Karen say, she knows she said it, but she just doesn't know she said it that many times. He overdid it to the point where now the jury has it stuck in their head that she said, I hit him. That's not effective. The whole point of cross-examination is to discredit or impeach the witness so the jury doesn't believe them. He has not done a good job of that at all. Like, I know, right? They're probably like, when are we going to get another little tidbit? Like, I feel much calmer. I'll tell you that much at this stage of trial. I agree with you, Jackie. I don't think anyone with a heart, I could never, if that was my fiance, I don't think I could ever sit there and say, he was like a buffalo on a prairie and I expected to find him on the side of the road. Like, huh? You expected to find him on the side of the road? That's, yeah. I mean, all the arguments in the world couldn't get you there. Like, it just isn't. All of the going around in circles for, for the story to fit, her narrative to fit. It's just not going to fly. It's not going to fly. Like, yeah, I was expecting I would find him. You have to just listen to that for a second. Like, why would you think he was there? Why wouldn't you think somebody was going to give him a ride home or he was sleeping on the couch? What would make you believe that he would be walking in the snow on the way home? I mean, this is the things that we hear FKR arguing right now is, well, she could have thought he was, on his way home, walking in the snow. Why? Why would anyone think that? Why would she think that? And they forget that she woke Kaylee up at 4 something in the morning screaming John got hit by a plow and was dead because he was hit by a plow? Why is that the first thought in your mind is he's on the side of the road hit by a plow? If you supposedly after a year, she says she saw him walk to the front to where the door is and peek his head in. That is what she claimed. Okay. Only a year later, not right away. She never said that to anybody right away. It's a year later. She claims that. Okay. If that's the case, why would you ever think he walked home with all those people in the house? Nobody could give him a ride. Like, why would you think he wouldn't answer you and call you and have you bring him home? Like, why would you think that you were expecting to find him on the side of the road? That does not make any logical sense. You knew magically, and under their theory, it's like, so what? You knew people were going to frame you? Like, that doesn't make sense either, right? Like, you cannot like make that go away by trying to play mental gymnastics over it. The whole, oh, it's AI, it's fake. Her attorneys are not even arguing that, nor are they ever going to argue that. That is their client. Those are her words. Like, it's not AI. It's not fake. She said it. All right. Like, come on. It's a way for her to dehumanize and separate herself from John. Exactly. She said it was weirdly shaped. It wasn't a bush and it wasn't a rock. Well, she says she's never been to 34 Fairview Road before that day. She showed up at midnight, around midnight, 12:20, whatever it was, that they showed up out front. Did you see every rock in the yard? Did you see every bush in the yard? Did you see every fire hydrant in the yard? How would you know what should or shouldn't be there? And sorry, not sorry, but when it snows, there's plenty of drift that look like weirdly, oddly shaped snow. One yard isn't going to just remain completely flat, especially if the wind is blowing. You can get weird, odd shapes everywhere all over your yard. Like, that doesn't even make logical sense. Like, and even so, even if you came upon it and you saw the weirdly shaped thing, why before that were you expecting to find him on the side of the road? Why? Like, because they don't want it to be impactful. They don't want it played after certain witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. And, in this, they say they want to play a clip of their own. Here's the problem with that. The judge can't just allow them to play clips of their own of out-of-court statements of their client unless it's like they're elaborating on a clip that was basically already played. So if they want to play more of said clip, more of in front of it, behind it, like the whole thing of it, cool, fine. But they can't just insert clips themselves. The defense can't out-of-court statements of their client. That's not going to happen. So, I mean, I'm not sure where they were going with that other than playing more of the clip. Cool, let's do it. Because no matter how much of that clip you play, it's still bad. And if you play it a second time or even a third time, once again, that's just going to stick out in the jury's minds. And I think it's a horrible decision by the defense, but for some reason they seem to be making those lately. So, I mean, hey, all the more power to them. Like, yeah, she feared what she'd see, but not because John's life had been taken, but because she knew what she had done, in my opinion. She had known what she had done. And if she had found John not alive anymore, what that meant for her was prison. That's what she was fearing. Like, in my opinion. Once again, that's my opinion. Yeah, the anticipation, right? Like Bella's mom. But she calls her Ashley instead of Bella's mom. It is her name, but like, she knew clearly, as she's telling you, she knew that John dated Ashley at some point. And so she was not too keen on Bella's mom, even though they were just using it as a way to show them how to get to 34. Like, here's a good one she hit him that I heard this morning. You guys are going to love this one. Okay. Oh yeah. It's extremely revealing. I'll play it again if you want, but give me 1 second. So this is the best one I've heard thus far, guys. Okay. Hold on a second. I have our first donation of the day of the stream. It's a $20 donation from GA Mom. And she says she loves the Sunday streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, GA Mom. More than you know. I really do. Just want to make sure I don't miss anyone when they send it. Oh, we got something here. Potluck sends $10. Thank you, Potluck. I appreciate you, my friend. If you want to join to the channel, there's a ticker at the bottom of the screen. We could really use your help. we're having a little bit of a hard time lately with the very, very long days of the trial. But so the best one I heard this morning was this. Okay. This is what the cult claims. Sorry, you guys are gonna like this. Is the reason that his phone stopped moving. Okay, you guys are gonna like this. Is they put it in a Faraday bag. Law enforcement has them and they put it in a Faraday bag. I'm like, do you know how nonsensical it is? Do you guys even think about the things that you say before you say them? All right. Here's the thing. In order for that to have been true, somebody would have had to been outside with the Faraday bag when Karen was there. Karen's not claiming anybody was outside or she saw anybody outside. So where was this person with said Faraday bag? And they just happened to be right in the spot that John later found as well with a Faraday bag. And they just put it in the bag and like, that's that. They bring it in, they take it with them. And that's why the movements don't show because they're saying, oh, they put it in a Faraday bag. That's why the movements don't show. So you're then saying that they put it in a Faraday bag and they started moving around. Problem with that is the phone temperature goes down, not up. Even in a Faraday bag, if you bring it inside, the temperature of the phone battery is not going to keep going down. Geniuses. Sometimes I feel like they don't even think about it. They just say these things and they're hoping that it sticks because, well, if it doesn't, that means that Karen is guilty and that they have been fooled. I think it's a lot easier to just admit that you were fooled. A lot of intelligent people were fooled at the beginning of this by a lot of lies, okay? It's easier to just admit you were fooled than to keep going on with the charade and looking like an idiot. Come on now. Like, at this point, I believe she did admit she hit him. I mean, in her own damn words. Like, yeah, John gives us some updates in the courtroom. And as far as what I can tell, when the defense gets up there, they're not really taking notes and stuff. They're not really too happy with the demeanor. They don't really follow anything that Alessi was saying, which is like, I don't know. I don't think anybody does because he just doesn't make quick, easy points. He just rambles on and on. So then people are like lose him. You know what I'm saying? Francesca said the clip reveals what I've been saying. She woke up freaking out because she figured someone leaving the party would find John and get him help. Woke up realizing he'd never been found. I mean, yeah, she knew at that point what she had done. It is nauseating. The innocence fraud's pretty bad, Heartstar. You know, I don't know. I think it's because a lot of people, especially really early on, were fed a lot of lies. Things like taillight was found on top of the snow, which never happened. Library footage was missing. People are still repeating that to this day, right now. Earlier this morning, I saw people repeating that. And I'm like, you know that that's a lie, right? And you know that you'll never hear the sewer turtle say it again? Because once he realized it was a debunkable lie, he stopped talking about it. Same with the taillight on top of the snow. Once he realized it was video and pictures to prove that that didn't happen, he stopped talking about it. Once he realized that Proctor was never at 34 Fairview to trickle taillight pieces as he claimed for over a year, and he got that information straight from Karen, let's remember that. Denny said it wasn't him. It wasn't Proctor. It's someone else now. The goalpost keeps moving. Here's the problem with that. If it's Karen's own story that she fed to him, if it's the truth, it doesn't change. Big pieces of it like that do not change, okay? If I'm a juror, B. Harley, the clapping and the yelling and the inserting the, you would agree with me, wouldn't you? And correct and trying to like force what I want that witness to say, or by objecting. How many times, and this is why Hank doesn't object so many times over and over and over, because then it looks like as soon as that person starts to answer something you don't want to hear, you're objecting. Then it makes the jury wonder why so many objections. One or two, yeah, they're probably like, okay, procedural stuff, whatever. But if you're on a jury and constantly the defense is objection, 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 when someone starts saying something that they don't like that leads them to believe you want something hidden. And why would you want something hidden if your client is being framed? Wouldn't you want it all out? If she's going to say something, don't you want her to say it all so you can impeach her if it's such a lie, right? The jurors are not dumb. They're everyday people like me and you. Like, come on now. Like, yeah, I don't think... If she did fall asleep, I'll tell you this. She only fell asleep for about an hour. Her phone records show about an hour gap on like any communications with anything, like with her using it. That's it. Like everything else is constant. So if she fell asleep, it was about an hour. Like I don't blame you, Anna. Some of it is very triggering. It is. Oh, no, we want to hear some of that because it's not only, it's some people don't have that experience with being on the stand. I do. So I get it, especially when, attorneys asking you the same question 5 times over in different words. It's because they're trying to trip you up on the answer, trying to get you to answer it a different way to prove that you are lying. And it's really frustrating to someone who's telling the truth because I have answered your stupid question 3 friggin' times. Like, the answer is not magically going to change because you asked it to me 7 different ways. Like, well, that's another reason. She was on the couch, but she never looked anywhere in the house for John. It's the first thing that Jen asked was like, did you look for him in the house? Well, no. Well, why? If you thought you fell asleep and he could have came home, like, why wouldn't you look anywhere in the house unless you knew he wasn't in the house? I don't know. It's a possibility, but I have no idea what when this judge isn't like really, it's very rare that they take under advisement a bail revocation. I believe that they took that bail revocation under advisement for 2 reasons. One is because I think the judge wanted the pertinent law to cite in his reasoning to show why he chooses to do what he chooses to do. And B, I think because he didn't want to deal with a riot from the cult if he locked him up right there and a bunch of cult members there. This way, if he decides to revoke his bail, he can do so in a way where he has to turn himself in or they put a warrant out and they go pick him up. You don't have to deal with the cult. I agree, Jen. Well, that's that whole mortally wounded comment. It's like, how do you get past that? Like, drove by his body on the ground. That's when she saw him and thought he didn't look mortally wounded. It's a very real possibility. That's why, I've heard that some of the jurors were laughing at some of the witnesses. I hope it's not true. I don't know where you heard that from because, I can't. The problem is you can't trust people like, obviously, the sewer turtle. See this bald guy here in the greenish shirt there? He's the Canton, media, Canton public, whatever, camera guy and media person. And there was a long time at the beginning of this where he followed around every event that the sewer turtle did. So he's a very biased. I can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. I know Sue O'Connell is a liar because I've experienced it firsthand. So there's that. So really, there's only a few people I can trust to tell the truth. One is a source of mine, and one is John DePetro. And none of those people are saying that stuff's happening. You're only going to hear like cultish wise people say that. Yeah, the weed whacker. And the one she wanted to give herself a nickname for, but in my Discord, it's called the Reed Whacker channel. Exactly. Why? Why wouldn't you expect to see him in the house? Even if she didn't go back later. I mean, she knew at that point what she had done. Hi, Patty. Car collision experts for either side. Well, I mean, ARCA already testified last time, didn't they? They did. So, yeah, you don't know what the Commonwealth car expert's going to say, but we damn well know what ARCA said. And they weren't given all the evidence, as we know. She saw him from the back of a moving car in the dark and a blizzard and still drunk. Yeah, this is why, it's very unreasonable to believe that she just knew right where he was without knowing ahead of time. I don't either. I don't either, Jesse. I don't either. I do not either. Because then I know I'm safe and everybody's safely in bed. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, at this point with the clip that was just played, I believe that the Commonwealth is going to get guilty on this. It's going to be icing on the cake when they kick out all the extra data from the car that we didn't have last time, like times of seatbelts and et cetera, et cetera. And also when they get the expert in there to debunk this whole, it was bit by a dog with no bottom jaw and no dog DNA thing. And then they haven't even played the voicemails yet. So, and there's more clips, unaired clips we haven't seen. So I do think that she was saying you got hit by a plow to blame someone else, Red Sky. I fully believe that. Those voicemails are going to, the jury hasn't even heard those yet. And it's already not looking good for her. Her own statements are pretty damning. Like, her theory of events obviously does not mince with the actual evidence that exists. Well, that's another thing. Jessica Hyde hasn't even testified yet. And when Jessica Hyde testified, she did an amazing job last time making everyone else understand what she was talking about in layman's terms. And I believe she'll do the same this time. She did it very eloquently. She's very qualified to do so, unlike Richard Green. Hank's definitely going to impeach Lucky. He can't keep, I mean, he's told like 4 different versions of the story to like 3 or 4 different people. Like, and I don't mean people like me or you. I mean like the feds, the regular state police, on the stand. Like, so we're talking about multiple different versions of events this man has told. He didn't see a basketball hoop, but he definitely would have seen a body. He can't see 3 feet or 5 feet in front of him in the courtroom, but he definitely would see a body. That's not going to fly with a jury. Like, I don't know. Because she was clearly very insecure, like, yes, but you've seen the evidence thus far and you've heard her own words. So, I mean, if you watch the first trial and you've watched this trial, it's really hard to sit there and say that at this point, it's not going well for her. Like, you're welcome. No, not any trouble impeaching him at all. Yep, the like button is free. I would very much appreciate it. There's 270 people, even if there's some hate watchers. We have 270 people watching currently. So if you could do me a favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you already haven't, you can make a donation to the channel. It would really be helpful. We really need the help. We would very much appreciate it. And now we have a new way, since you guys asked for people who are out of country, to help donate with PayPal and Revout. Let's see. Karen's SUV recorded a pedestrian strike at 12:32:12. Hardstar says John's health app data stopped recording activity for the final time at 12:32:16. John had no time to go in that house. No, 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Tell me how it happened in 4 seconds. Please, someone. Like, Oh, yeah. They tried to say that she didn't say I hit him in the transcripts, except she did. She did. She did. That's another thing. All she did was she called his phone, but that was it. And then the screaming and the yelling, there was no calling other people. If you left him there, right? Wouldn't you go back to the house if that's what you thought? Like, if you were so worried he was on the side of the road, like, instead of screaming he's a pervert, like, to me, it's very clear. If you want to read all the spin on it, cool. But like the grasping at straws to spin what happened here, it's AI and she didn't say it and it must be fake and it can't be real. Why? It can't be because it doesn't fit the narrative. And because now you've got to realize at this point that like, maybe you were wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. We have a $35 donation. Thank you so much. It says great job every day. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you, Jen. And a $20 one from my friend Sunken Grave for a new Franken trick. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you so much. I love that. The closest thing to that was nobody knows where you are. Yeah, which made 0 sense because it was minutes later. Minutes later. So if you left him at the house, why wouldn't anybody know where he is? Nobody knows where you are. Well, why wouldn't anybody know where he was, right? Like, she could totally take the stand if she wants. Let's make it clear that she's not going to. Morning, Ellen, my friend. How are you feeling? Did you see the video of AJ I did see that video of him cooking. And I'm like, is this like, what is happening here? Like, come on, man. Like, that was like a thing they did where they sold tickets, right? They were raising money, selling tickets for that. And someone won so that they could cook them dinner, right? And it was like, this is what you guys are like doing in your free time. Like, that can't be real life. I can't. Like, I cannot. This is cuckoo crazy stuff. Like, I would believe the jury had found her guilty on all charges or any charges, but it was a mistrial, so obviously it wasn't clearly presented or proven to that jury. It might not have been, but we also know from that jury that most of the jury did not believe the conspiracy, that most of the jury did not find the defense experts and the defense witnesses credible, that this conspiracy theory was not something that they thought happened. So, I mean, it's being presented, in my opinion, much better this time than last time. And I don't think you'll see a mistrial in this case again. Girl, you can say that times 2. It's an every night affair. You know how that works with PTSD. Sometimes I wake up multiple times a night. I kind of read a little. That's what I do to like calm myself down. I read a little bit. I put the TV on and then I fall back. I try to fall back to sleep. That's how I do it. But listen, you know, you can always text me or something. You can always email me or text me if you wake up in the middle of the night. Sometimes I wake up too. So I wake up most nights at least twice, if not 3 or 4 times throughout the night. That's another thing. Some of the things she's saying don't make sense. Have a good date day, Ash. Have a good date day, my friend. Well, that's a very real possibility as well, is the jury had some FKR people already embedded into it, you know? Hi from the Netherlands. I watched Judge Liz. She claims double jeopardy was on sense. There was no double jeopardy. SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, did not even take the case because there is no legal question that needed to be answered. Double jeopardy does not attach unless a verdict was found. There was no verdict found in the first trial, and the jury notes were extremely clear. They could not come to a consensus. Funny enough, it's the only jury on planet Earth that magically didn't know that they could vote guilty or not guilty on each charge. And funny enough, this was the only form that was changed because Alan Jackson had a fit about it being changed. So the judge allowed the verdict form to be changed for him. This is the only jury that claims that they just didn't know. The notes are very clear. If you take it like this and say, hold on, this can't be the only jury in Norfolk County in Dedham Superior Court that just doesn't know that you can vote guilty or not guilty, especially after Mr. Jackson whined and complained about it being guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, next to all of them. So it's really hard for anybody to believe that, especially with the notes that were given to the judge. What I believe happened is after the jury was released, they were able to look at everything, and some of them thought, oh shit, they're going to find out we were on the jury, and they're going to harass our lives if we don't get with the program, and we don't get with the program quick. And that is what happened with some of those jurors, if they weren't already FKR sliding their way onto that jury to begin with. It's just abundantly clear to me, like that is what happened. None of the other excuses mince, and none of the courts, each court has said the same thing. They've said, no, there's no verdict. A verdict is read in front of everyone when a jury comes to a consensus. They did not come to a consensus. There was no verdict read. Therefore, there is no double jeopardy. And it's went through all of the courts, and each court has done exactly what I predicted, which was slap it down every single time. I told you guys SCOTUS wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and they didn't. SCOTUS is only going to take things that have a legal question that sort of hasn't been answered. There were no legal questions in this case that aren't answered and don't already have serious precedent. Like none, zero. But welcome, by the way. Yeah, the Faraday bag. Isn't that a good one? Like, isn't it a good one? We are well. How about you? We are well. Question, Illuminating Ink says, did the jury hear Karen's father yell? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll try to find out. I didn't ask that question just because I didn't really actually think of it at the time. I had other things that I was going over. But I'll ask. I'll find out. Right? Daylight hours only for crimes. That's how it works. He didn't, let's remember also, when the texts of Jen's, he didn't want, first of all, Alan Jackson didn't want those texts to be read because it shows that Jen was clearly very upset about what had happened to her friend. But he didn't want Jen reading them because he didn't want her reading them in the emotion. That was his big problem with an independent reader, right? Is that they might put emphasis on something. And so obviously the judge agreed to let Hank read them. Either way, I don't think it makes a difference. Reading them, period, is not helping the defense. Like, so they can bitch and whine about who's going to read them, but I don't think that's going to help them. Like, I heard Higgins was waiting for her at Fairview, got behind the wheel of her car, hit John, put phone in the Faraday bag. That's so funny. Because it's like, dude, nobody, not even the defense is claiming like Karen wasn't driving the car. Karen's already admitted to being the one who was driving the car. They're not saying somebody else is driving the car and Karen wasn't driving the car. And like, that's probably their biggest mistake is they could have just said like, you know, Karen wasn't the one driving the car at that time. She had picked up a friend and you know what I'm saying? Like anything they could have come up with, except they didn't. They went with this wild conspiracy theory instead of something very simple. She should have taken the 18 months that she was given. They should have stuck with it. It was a horrible accident. And I think she would have been found not guilty if she had just went with, it was a horrible, terrible accident. So yeah, she didn't get acquitted. That's for damn sure. Like, that's right. It only moved when the EMTs moved him. And then it, you know, Kerry picked it up. Although Karen at some point tried to take it out like of his pocket, Kerry picked it up and put it in her pocket. Katie, you know, can I ask? You don't have to answer. I'm curious, and you can ask my chat. I asked this, and Jessie can tell you. She came here sort of in the same way you are now. But I always ask this. What was it that made you realize? Like, what was the thing or things or multiple things that sort of made you realize, like, wait a second, hold on. Like, okay, at first, like maybe this could have been plausible, but like now it's very clear that that is not what happened. This conspiracy clearly did not happen. These things don't fit together. Like, what were the things or thing, if it was one, that like made you realize? Like, I'm always fascinated to see like what it makes someone realize that this wasn't a thing. Like, a lot of these FKR channels will say like, trust me, bro, me. You don't want to listen to anybody else. Listen to me. And we're going to see a meltdown that the Sewer Turtle had the other day doing exactly that, which is telling his viewers exactly what to do. And if they don't, you're dead to him. Like, this is the kind of stuff that should be seriously disturbing and why people call it a cult, because that's exactly how a cult operates. But I'm dying to know. Like, I know I'm a little bit behind in these comments. I'm going to try to skip some down. Yeah, Jen's heart rate being the lowest it was at 227. Oh, no worries, Ellen. I know. You showed me that poor computer. Mine's not as bad as yours, but mine's getting a little slow. That's for sure. I agree, Red Sky. I think when the car data is revealed, we're going to have a lot more people coming over here. I mean, even right now, there's 300 people watching. There's lots of people in the bushes right now. And make no mistake, we have hate watchers, but could we clone Hank? I wish. I mean, yeah, head trauma, seizing, throwing up, also part of having a head trauma as well. It's possible, you know. The phone temperature data is clear. Yeah, and it goes down, you know. He was very smart with the order of the witnesses, Brittany. I 100% agree with you there. Like, Hank has a tank full of bombshells that he drops strategically. I agree with you there. No, all the jurors did not agree. And yep, Arca said there's no way she could have backed into his car and broken her taillight. So that's interesting. Yeah, the clapping, Anna, that drove me nuts. That definitely gave me like a slight moment of like PTSD kicking in, you know? Like, why not bring up Jen's sister? Hi, Chris. There were red taillight pieces found. They were found everywhere. But why would they be found right next to John? If it broke when say for instance, the elbow broke it, right? They're going to break and they're going to fall. Like, they might projectile a little bit, but it's not as much as a heavy human body does. So they're not going to be found right where he's found. That wouldn't make any sense. they're not as heavy as a human body is. They're a lot lighter. I think he absolutely knows, and I think that's why they look defeated. Shadow banned. That's not very nice. In EDB's chat the other day for simply putting actual evidence. Yeah, see, I can't get with the people who just want their just to be zombies. It just doesn't make sense. Cynthia said, Hank is proving each charge and Karen is confirming them with her own words. It is. It's brilliant. I told you guys to just watch the way he does what he does. And I told you guys at the beginning of this, like, Hank Brennan knows what he's doing. There's no stone left unturned with him. So pay attention to the way that he lawyers because it's fascinating and brilliant. Like, but yeah, there were taillight pieces found in his clothing. There were like the whatchamacallit, the microscopic pieces that were found inside of his clothing from the impact, I'm assuming, with the car and the taillight. But you're not going to find all the pieces near him because they're much lighter. All the Speaking of sidebars, you guys can all thank Freak for this, and he's going to be late today, but we can thank Freak for putting us together a 16-second clip that we will use during sidebars during trial starting tomorrow. Ready? Here it is, y'all. That's your sidebars, y'all. That's what's happening. We will catch you and pick you back up always. What do you mean they didn't find taillight till much later? They found taillight that night. They found it that day. What do you mean? See, this is what happens though when you're fed a bunch of BS for a long, long time. Is you just believe it without looking into it. They found pieces of the taillight that very night. And I wonder if some people don't realize how snow works. It melts slowly. It doesn't just melt all at once. And here, where we live in Massachusetts, sometimes it can stay around for weeks and weeks because we'll get pieces of it that sort of like melt together into like an ice, like mole, like a hill basically. And there'll be grass around and there'll still be like this big mound of ice / snow weeks later. So it melts pretty slow. You're not going to find every single piece of taillight that night. There was a blizzard. That's just like common sense. Like there's no way they were going to find every piece. They found more as the snow melted, which is what you would expect to happen. Like you wouldn't expect that they're magically going to find every single piece and dig through snow for weeks. That doesn't make any logical sense because they're not going to find them. They're just going to keep overturning them with dirt and snow. Hold on. I'm trying to skip down some of these so I can get to the bottom of the comments, guys. Allows the defense team to scream. Yeah, I know. Well, the judge sleep. I did see that clip. The judge was probably like, I am done with this. Like, you know, she has her eyes closed. I don't think she was actually sleeping, but she closes her eyes sometimes. I feel like when she gets frustrated. Oh, it was driving him insane. Absolutely insane. Ooh, girl. I don't do anything with the bone, so I don't do wings, but chicken sounds good. Oh, yes, it is. Isn't that amazing? It is because that's what the evidence shows us. There's this thing that you can do if you don't like the opinion and you don't have to watch. Isn't that amazing? And like totally civil as a human to be like, oh, this is not for me. I want to keep running with the conspiracy theory. So I'm not going to watch this channel. Like, oh, Christina, it is coming, my dear. It is coming. Make no mistake. I mean, some of them. To see the looks of disdain she was giving Jan, you know, those were bad. Yep, that's what Arca said. I do think that the judge, at the end, if she is found guilty and all this, that the judge is going to have a few choice words and probably throw the book at her, just to be clear, because of doing what she did. Better. Not 100%, but better. Thank you for asking, Ellen. Yeah, I know. He did not make it to the media or backup list this week. So thank God. I'm gonna have to look at his stupid face. The first search team wasn't a search team, dear. The first search team was the Canton PD. That is why they called in the search team. That's the search team's job. Their job is to do searches. That's literally their job. So they weren't meant to find all the pieces, nor did they look for every single thing in every single way. They looked a little bit to see what they could find right there. And then they called in the people who do that kind of stuff and do the shoulder-to-shoulder grid search, which is the CERT team. The CERT team also is part of the state police. The state police are the ones who deal with unattended deaths. So they had to get all of the people from the CERT team to the location. So the Canton PD were not the ones who were going to be searching the entire place. They did what they could while they were there because it was snowing and tried to get what they could, but they don't do grid searches. That's the CERT team's job. That's what they're for. So they were called in to do that, and they found pieces that day. And by the way, I know you this is one of the main things. They didn't secure the scene. How would you like them to secure a scene with winds of 30, 40, 50 miles an hour? You're not going to put tape there. It's flying away. You can't put a tent there. It's flying away. So I don't know what you mean by they didn't secure the scene. There's nothing to secure. Like, it's a blizzard. Like, this isn't California. You know what I'm saying? We're like, you know what I'm saying? This isn't Florida where it doesn't snow. And like, that's not what we have here in Massachusetts. Like, there are certain things that like just don't make sense to me that people scream about. They didn't secure the scene. I found only pieces of clear glass. Ultimately, finding the glass, A, is good. They found pieces of the clear glass. B, that's what the CERT team's for. The CERT team is the one that comes in and does the grid search. Like, that's their job. So the Canton PD not finding pieces of the taillight right away is not anything that's going to convict or not convict Karen. Like, the shoe and the hat were found in the snow. The CERT team found the shoe that day. So, I mean, you'd think by police officers being there, they, are securing the scene. They're there. Like, that's what happens, Red Sky. That's what happens. Like, that's a good question. That's a good question. I am wondering as well. I'm wondering if maybe the car data shows that. What? Translation? Translation? Translation. They want you to hit the like button, guys. That's what they want you to do. That's the translation to that. The voicemails, yeah, those are going to be interesting. Hold on. I'm gonna. Lucky's not getting impeached. Oh, okay. You believe what you want. Believe what you want. I often wonder if some people who don't live here just don't understand like how snow works or like how things happen in snow. Like, hey, Jack. According to last year's test. And what test would that be exactly? To test what time somebody's looking out a window. There is no test for that, just FYI. There's no test for that. To prove what time somebody was looking out of a window or not, just FYI. Like, after snow accumulated. Yes, after snow accumulated, because the CERT team did a shoulder-to-shoulder grid search. The Canton PD did not do that because that's not their job to do that. That's this MSP takes over, and that's what the CERT team is for, to do a more extensive search, a shoulder-to-shoulder grid search. That's the whole point. So no, it's not going to be easy for them to just find taillight as the snow is coming down, and it's already underneath the snow. Like, that's another thing. Arca already said, her own expert said that she could not have broken her taillight, right? Could not have, by backing into John's car. And if you go back and watch the video, the back of her car, her taillight doesn't even hit John's car. doesn't even hit his car. It's not about being hostile, but when someone constantly repeats the same talking points, it gets really old sometimes when we hear the same things for things. Like if you're on a jury, do you think who found the pieces is going to matter? No. Which law enforcement found them? And the fact that the CERT team is the ones who came in because that's their job, is to do that grid search to find any evidence. That's not relevant. It doesn't prove her guilt or innocence because people don't like that the CERT team found it. It's just another talking point to say, oh, it must be a conspiracy because the CERT team, the people who are supposed to find it, that's their literal like whole job, is to do those kind of searches. Like they found it. Like it's just not logical. Doesn't make sense. Like the excuses are getting old. If you think Hank is scared, then I don't think you're watching the same trial as everybody else there, sweetheart. And never mind the fact that like this talking point is the funniest one I've heard them thus far. Hank Brennan had Whitey Bulger and exposed the federal government. So if you think he's scared of Karen Reed or Alan Jackson, I think you need to go hide back in that hole that you've been in. Like, because that don't even make any logical sense there, dear. Hank being scared. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Funniest thing I've heard all day. Good morning, kitties. Good morning. Yeah, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. He didn't succeed on what he was trying to do. Yeah, me too. Blood pressure rises just because it's like the stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life are on there. Like, it's not, people don't even think it through. Like, I also have those as well. It helps a little, but they're short acting. They're not long acting. At least the ones I have aren't. I don't know. I said I answered that. I said I don't know if the jury heard it or not. I'll ask. But it happened. All right, Laurie. I guess you're not here to listen or actually like, you know, you're just in your like little conspiracy box, but you can totally stay there. You have a fantastic day, sweetie. Have fun in that conspiracy box. Let me know how that works out for you, by the way. We do, but when you have people like, you know that we allow it and especially questions, but when it comes down to the excuses, I have less, I guess I have less patience for the nonsense that a jury is not going to care which law enforcement found which pieces. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, no double jeopardy has applied. And SCOTUS has said, yeah, no, we're not looking at your case. Sorry. Like, yeah, people are. That's the thing. They are willing to answer honest questions, but you have to think about things that like people are just saying to make this conspiracy work. People were also told in the very beginning of this case that taillight was found on top of the snow. It was never under the snow. It was just sprinkled on top of the snow, and there was missing library footage. None of those things were actually true. And that same person spreading more misinformation currently right now, the sewer turtle, said all of that stuff. So you kind of have to go with, where are you getting your information from? All the people on X or Facebook who keep repeating the same nonsense, much of which not true at all and either misstated or completely made up. Jack sends $10.21 and says, Sunday morning streams are wonderful. I agree, Jack. It's a great way to start off a Sunday, especially right before trial tomorrow, as we know. Hold on one second, guys. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I didn't check my email here. Hello, email. Oh, I do have something here. Hello, open email, open. Jackie sends $20 and says, TT, I so appreciate your time and effort to support truth in this crazy case. I appreciate you, Jackie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, we could really use the help. Very much appreciate it. These are all the ways you can do so. Even if you're not in the US, we have Revolut and we have PayPal, we have Cash App, we have Venmo, and we even have Chime. So Sunday secret handshake. We have a secret handshake that I don't know about. You guys are gonna have to teach me this in Discord. You know, I think it was a PR move, just like you think it was, Brittany, the entirety of the time. And I think she's not there some days on purpose. I honestly don't think she serves any purpose. So working on a garden project. Have fun, Aaron. I hope it comes out good. All right, I got to skip some of these guys. Got to get to the bottom. I'm never going to get to the bottom of these, ever. I'm never going to get to the bottom. I don't know where the other thing was, but yes, they did. It's probably because that person's already gone. But yes, they did interview him. That would be a bold-faced lie. Once again, we have those beautiful lies that just keep coming in, you know? Hold on a second. I got something over here coming in. Oh, my wonderful mod Ellen sends $10. Thank you, Ellen, so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's just make sure. Court TV had a panel. Has to take the stand because those clips. Yeah, she's never going to. Never going to. And they did interview Lucky quite a few times, but nobody took him serious because his story changed, just like you said. And that's, you know, you're going to have to visit one of these days. You know, you're going to have to come stay with me. And I would love that. Come stay with me and visit. As long as you can get here, you can come stay with me for free, my dear. We could totally have like a girls' night or go do something fun or just have like a movie day and just chill. You know, you're always welcome here. For me, Kitty said it's even more clear that Karen knew all along that she had hit and injured him, never called 911 or anyone at the house. Yeah, but Jen is sus for calling. You know, Jackson says, like, you never called your brother-in-law to come out and help. Also, Jackson, you called your sister. Why? Bro, I can't. Questions, actual questions, Stacey, are good, okay? Having questions are good. Having excuses, that's what starts to get me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have patience for it's AI and it's not real when the defense isn't even arguing that and they're not going to. These like things that are out of the realm of possibility that these people are arguing, I have no patience for that kind of stuff. I just don't. Being on the fence is okay. Having actual real questions, totally okay. Like, but make sure that the questions like that you have are actually pertaining to something that's like butt dials are not like something the jury's gonna be like, oh my God, butt dials happened. She's not guilty. Like she made her own butt dials that night, which everybody fails to point out on the FKR side is she made her own butt dials that night. That's how we know that her sensors and alarms were working. So hand signals, doing these. Defense may throwing her car is guilty. She's broke. Well, I think this is just bad for her. Not that it hasn't been thus far, but all right, I'm scrolling here. Yeah, I'm going to play that clip. I know it might have to avert your ears and eyes, but when Bill Reed said that Karen told him he might have clipped him on Fox 25. Yep, that's another clip that, maybe they play that one too, you know? Hey, Emma, where they're like, where Bill Reed's like, she said she struck something. She thought she had struck something. That's not going to be good for her. Like Jackie Blue said, once you actually watch the trial and get past random rumors, it's glaringly obvious. This case isn't complicated. It was made complicated by early rumors. Thank you. A lot of it was made complicated by things that like just don't even make sense and won't have anything to do with a trial. Like literally. Oh, the taillight was found on top of the snow. That never happened. Missing library footage. That's not a thing. She didn't go past there again. So all of these things that were told to people were suspect and why the conspiracy worked and weren't actually true. And there's an ongoing list of all of them. They sold their house after John died, failing to say that house was already in talks to be sold before John ever passed away, before that ever happened. Like lots of things that just were bold-faced lies. Like, you are not stupid, Francesca. I do not allow that. You are not stupid. Likes are always helpful. I know, right? They're not pretty. Well, that's the thing. You got to get to like the meat and potatoes. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't think they are, because they knew that she wrote the timeline the entire time, Brittany. And notice how they did not put her on the defense witness list. Why? Because they know that debunks their theory. So they're not going to call her as a witness to completely debunk their theory. No, they're not going to do that. No chance. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be calling my parents in the middle of the night. I think that the court must have talked to her about it. There was a Zoom that happened, I think the day before she testified with the court. And I think that the court, because I noticed she was very careful about not saying it, which leads me to believe that the court asked her not to bring it in or bring it up unless it couldn't be avoided in any way, shape, or form. Because by now, I feel like there were plenty of questions, even Jackson himself, like an idiot, asked that harassment could have come in. So I believe that the court probably asked her not to unless it was absolutely necessary in the answer to her question. Like, because they said not unless the door was open. But I believe the door's been opened, in my opinion, quite a few times. You know, they don't want to prejudice the jury with the harassment, but it's what happened. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's the truth. Like, I do, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping, Jack, that that's just not the case. I do think Hank did his due diligence. And remember, they can still be looking into these people on the jury right this very minute, watching their social media, doing all of that stuff. Like, they can be dismissed. A lot of them were last trial. And I think that's part of the problem, is a lot of these people who were on the jury last time were completely dismissed from the jury. We almost ran out of jurors. Like, we were like too short of running, like only getting to 12. And I believe that's because a lot of people lied to get onto that jury the first time around. And clearly we know that they tried to lie to get on to the second jury. We know a couple people we had to actually like report for trying to do it. Like, the timeline is a great place to look. Like the car, you like the sidebar video, the car data and John's phone data. Like, I never believed the conspiracy. Something about it never sat right with me. Then the dog bites. I have large dogs. Those injuries on his arm don't even resemble bites. No, my daughter has a German Shepherd. And also the German Shepherd, like theory that the dog needs to bark over every single tiny thing. Also very disingenuous for Jackson to say, oh, you're a stranger to Chloe. That's her sister's house. The dog isn't a stranger to Jen. They're going to know her smell. So there's no reason to bark. If I'm walking in to my daughter's apartment and her dog's there, they don't need to bark at me. They know me. They know my smell. They know my voice. Like, they're not going to bark at me. They're not. Like, now, if you walked in, they're probably going to bark at you. They don't know you. They don't know your smell. They have no idea who you are. Like, but they're not going to bark at me. Like, it is like a giant sidebar. It's getting kind of like, I did see it. I saw a couple clips of like both of them staring down. They only did a very small area around John's body, Stacey, that night. They didn't do the whole yard or near the street. They only did around John's body, really. And they found pieces of glass that I'm assuming he had in his hand, the glass. There was pieces of taillight embedded into his shirt, but that's what the CERT team was called out for. The CERT team, that's their job, is to do a grid to grid, shoulder to shoulder search. And that is what they were called to do. Like, Katie said, what really got me to say no way this conspiracy happened is the taillight. No way possible for it to be planted. And the most recent phone testimony debunks him going in the house. Yep, phone battery goes lower and lower and lower, never goes higher until they find him where he is. Like, so sometimes it is that, oh, I'm just asking questions means I'm not listening to the answers. And we have found that a lot of times people will come to just troll here and they're not actually listening to the answers that they're given, or actually go look into the answers that they're given to make sure that what we're trying to tell them and where we're showing them to go look, they don't. They just say, nope, that didn't happen. We don't, that's not what I was told. Or not tell, or they won't say that's not what I was told, but it's what they're told, so that they can't possibly believe something different than what they were already told 17 times on X or Facebook. So no, because they didn't do a full grid to grid search. They waited for the CERT team to do it because that's what they're supposed to do. highly recommend watching Webb Sleuth's interview on Friday with Forensic Doctor, who said so far the evidence clearly shows. Do you have a link to that illuminating? Or is that in the Discord? Is that something that we linked in the Discord? I remember first hearing he was found outside the door. Nope. He was found on the like way over on the property line, closer to the street. Like, quickly learned it was much further out by the other property and during a blizzard. Yep. Thank God you know about it. Wonder if we have that. I'm going to figure out if we have that. Yeah, we're going to have to see if we can get that. Maybe we can watch some of that. That'd be interesting. There was just too many crazy, far-off theories you have to believe in order for Karen to be innocent. Exactly, Katie. But what I don't understand is why other people can't figure it out. Like, did we? I know I'm behind in the comments, but did we really just go here with the butt? Like, Karen made her own butt dials too. Like, just FYI, the butt dials are not going to get somebody convicted or not convicted. They don't exonerate her. They don't show her get like butt dials or not. The jury's not going to be like, oh my God, people make every single person, I promise you, on that jury has made butt dials, and probably, like me, have made more than one. Jackson's whole, you have to shut the phone off in order to make another butt dial. That's actually false. You know how many times I've made a butt dial? My butt or pocket or purse has ended the call and then recalled the last person again and again and again and again. Like, every person on that jury has had it happen to them. And anybody who's acting like that has never happened to them would be a liar. Come on, man. Like, I know. I thought about that. Like, just add like another 10 sidebars to that. Like, I know. I'm going to play that. I'm going to play that clip, Nancy, just for people to see what I mean when I say cult. Like, this is the crux of it. I'm going to try to get Webb Sleuth's video up here so we can look at it. It does blow my mind that they focus on butt dials. Why? Because that's what that's what gets talked about so many. That's what they hear over and over is, well, what about the butt dials? What about the butt dials? Like, the butt dials are not going to convict or not convict Karen Read. She made her own butt dials that night. Are we finding those suspicious as well? Like, exactly. There's always going to be, if you're looking for something strange, there's always going to be something strange if you're looking for it, like, that aren't. Like, they attempted to put tape up. They attempted to put, like, they couldn't. Everything was blowing away. The winds were extremely high. Karen herself claims that the winds were extremely high and loud. Like, yep, I've had pocket modders. I've pocket modded. I think we're going to have a field day when they finally call Arca, because he's going to have a, like the judge said, a robust cross-examination of Arca. It's not going to look good for them. Like, that's another thing. If she wanted to, she could have just said, like, yeah, I made those calls. Like, what would that have proved? You know what I'm saying? Like, whether, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a legitimate question you have, but you only have that question about butt dials because you've heard 75 people on Twitter scream about butt dials. That's why. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking it. Like, and also, who said there was no voicemails? Just, I'm going to throw that out there. Who said there was no voicemails? That they didn't get the records for voicemails and whether there was voicemails that were left. So that's they have the records of the call being made, how many seconds it was. Calls that say are answered also means that the voicemail answered. That's how the software reads it. Dude, I've butt dialed, I've butt voice chatted, I've butt video chatted, in video chats with numerous people. Like, is this a serious question? I mean, the man lied about multiple things, including where he was and what street he went down at what time. And we have it on video, on dash cam. So when he claims that he had to go here or here, he actually was just going up a street next to it. Lucky couldn't keep any of his stories straight. Karen made her own butt dials, though. So are those nefarious too? Like, Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that statement. A butt dial isn't going to mean anything to the jury. Karen made her own. Yeah, I don't know why that there was a whole point of that. Like, that really was no point. Like, well, I'm sure there's plenty of butt dials in her phone, but they didn't go back and look at pattern of butt dials. That's not what they wanted. Oh my God. If they had had a family group chat that was in Signal, everybody would be screaming, that's nefarious. But like, no big deal if Arca, the one Arca guy and Alan Jackson do it, right? No big deal. I've done that. Guilty of that, Jesse. I've done that accidentally too. There's like a button on your phone that will like emergency dial. I've done that too. From my phone being locked, by the way. So his assertion that like, if your phone's locked with a password, that like somehow, some way you have to unlock it to make a butt dial, false. I've literally experienced my phone unlocking itself somehow, some way, and butt dialing after it's been locked. Literally. You're getting plenty of answers. It's about how getting answers and not liking the answers are two different things. I think I have. I think I have, Jen. Tell her I think I have. Just tell her she's also the same age as my daughter. I think I have, to be honest. Thank you for providing this receipt, sir, ma'am, whatever, so that when the trial is over and the Sewer Turtles trial happens and all of the lies come out and the blackmail that he put upon Karen because he was mad he wasn't getting his own way and all of that comes out, I will save this and frame it just for you. Just for you. The amount of times people want to make a fool out of themselves, I just don't understand it. If you come here to just troll, you're wasting your finger push-ups. Wasting them. Like, yeah, they wouldn't even look at it. They wouldn't even look at it. Gee, I wonder why. Like, oh, Karen called him so many times and he kept sending her to voicemail. Like, they weren't deleted from her phone. Who said they would delete it? See, that's where you're getting confused between the cult telling you that and that being a fact. They were not deleted from her phone. That was already proven. Ian Whiffen has already got on the stand to prove she did not use or delete anything in her phone. Nothing. And Jessica Hyde will then also back up that nothing was user deleted. Yeah, nobody knows where you are, right? Again, who says there was no voicemails? You're relying on people on the internet to tell you that there's no voicemails. That's probably not a smart idea. I'm going to tell you that now. Katie, maybe you can tell her. Like, well, my thing is when you're not listening to the answers and then you ask the question again because you don't like the answer that you got. Like, Katie said, I bought into all those lies. I started listening to you in Boundless and you guys helped me out of the conspiracy box. I so appreciate you. No problem. And I'm not really trying to help anybody out of the conspiracy box because at this point, if they're in it, I feel like they're just in it. But I do want people to go look at the facts themselves. Like things like, oh, the Alberts and McCabe's didn't go to John's funeral. How dare they? They did go to John's funeral. That's once again just a bold-faced lie. They absolutely did go. And again, there are pieces of evidence where people can actually go and look for themselves and stop listening to the things that they're told online by 72 people, of which 72 of those people are actually 5 people with 12 sock accounts each. Just FYI, the Sewer Turtle himself has over 100 sock accounts, and the people close to him have more than a few each. So, yeah. They were not deleted from her phone. Once again, Ian Whiffen completely debunked that. There was nothing user deleted from her phone. It was deleted by the phone, which means the phone put the data in the background. It's there. but it's not on the screen. The phone puts the data into the background. It's not deleted by the user. In order for it to be deleted by the user, you'd have to select it and delete it, which was not done. It was not user deleted. It was deleted by the software of the phone and put into the background, which is why it was still there. Like, otherwise, if it was used, you wouldn't have it. Right? I've done it so many times. I've done it so many times. Yeah, especially when it's the last person. Like, I've done that so many times. That's another thing. Jen handed her phone over, like, basically right away. Just FYI to everybody. Like, she went live. Well, that means that they'll go that way then. You know what I mean? Hopefully. Like, hey, that sounds more exciting sometimes than, like, you know, vacuuming the rug. I mean, if you watch the documentary series, you should know that none of her stories are adding up. And if her stories are not adding up, but nobody else's stories have changed, other than using a different adjective to describe it, then I think that you'd know, like, you know, this is not working out well for Karen. Like, that would be great, but she's never going to get on that stand. Never. Hey, Maestro, where have you been, my friend? So my morals were questioned this morning on X because I don't believe the taillight pieces were planted. They couldn't have been planted. That's the part that people don't seem to grasp is who planted them. Proctor wasn't at 23 Fairview. Who planted them? Proctor wasn't there. If he wasn't there, then who planted them? Because they're claiming he's the one who busted them out, right? Even though we have pictures of them at 5, 8, and whatever a.m. She told Jen and Carrie and admitted to showing Jen and Carrie of it being out. And yet people are still arguing that she did it on John's car when her own experts say not only is that not possible, but if you actually watch the video more than one time, you can literally see the back of her car go past where the taillight is, past John's car, and her bumper hit his car. Come on. But you shouldn't be stuck on a butt dial. Because I promise you, a jury is not going to be stuck on a butt dial that doesn't prove anything. Whether she butt dialed or called, like, does that matter? And doesn't remember? Like, this is, you're talking 3 years ago. Like, you shouldn't be stuck on this. We're talking about an entire case. So for people to be yelling about butt dials, and solo cups, do the solo cups change that it's John's blood? Does it magically make it someone else's blood? No. Then it doesn't matter. They're not saying it's Karen's blood in there, right? Like, it was John's blood. So not sure exactly. Also, like, the where's all the blood? Did you hear about that one, Katie? Karen herself literally got on Facebook and said, I don't know where people came up with the where's all the blood. I don't know where that came from because I was there and there was a lot of blood. Like, right. Like, that's the crux of it. Also, like, the dog is the exact place where they told them the dog was sleeping in their room, where the dog usually sleeps near the closet. No, Jen said she did not say. See, that's there. That right there is half the problem with this case. That's half the problem with people trying to twist things that people say and make it mean what they want it to mean. Jen did not say the dog wasn't there. Jen said she doesn't remember seeing the dog. She wasn't looking for a dog. Just like nobody saw John on the lawn, nobody's looking for a body on the lawn. She wasn't looking for the dog. She was there waking up her sister and her brother-in-law because something happened. So she's like trying to wake them up. She could care less what the fucking dog is. Her first concern isn't, oh, hey, where's Chloe? Like, that's not her first concern, nor would it be mine. I'm not looking for a dog. So no, I didn't see a dog. I wasn't looking for a dog. Like, and she made it very clear that she didn't see the dog. Doesn't mean the dog wasn't there, but she did not see the dog. She was not looking for a dog. Like, once again, whether you see the dog or not is not going to, like, make a mistrial. You know what I'm saying? Like, people arguing the dog's not alive isn't going to make a mistrial because not even the defense is going to argue that the dog wasn't there. Like, You know what I'm saying? The defense is not going to argue the dog wasn't there. They're arguing their dog bites. So you think that they're going to argue that the dog wasn't there? No. Also, people fail to understand that the police were in the house right after Jen went in, and they were there again later on, and the dog was there. So, like, this is like things that like you should. It's common sense. If you've known this trial for a long time, you would know that the dog was there when the cops came back. The dog, and the other thing, the cops never went in the house. The cops went in the house numerous times that day. Like, that's another thing. The house was sold for $50,000 under. It was not sold for $50,000 under. They made like $250,000 on that house. They lowered how much they were selling it for, which my grandmother did in a really good economy when she sold her house. But they made $250,000 off the house. They did not lose making money, which was told to everybody in the beginning, that they took a loss on the house just to sell it. That was untrue. Yeah, no dog DNA. Also, the dog apparently doesn't have a bottom jaw. Right. Karen tried to brick one of her phones while leaving the cops outside. They don't. But you know what? Maybe it's that time. Hold on, let me get to the bottom of this. Yeah, Jen did not remember the dog. Maybe that time I get to the bottom of these. Hold on, real quick. And I'm going to play this clip now because this goes to exactly why they don't even realize they're being mind controlled. I love the Discord. The Discord is great. Yeah, you can't exactly. You can't deliberate over a Yeti and then be like, reasonable doubt. Okay, ready? Oh God, am I still not at the bottom of these? Come on. Sorry, you guys. I'm skipping comments here. I have to get to the bottom. I never will. So if there's something you want me to talk about that I am skipping right now and I don't see, Karen was not a priority for these people as much as she wants to be center stage. She's just a middle-aged woman that the married friends of her boyfriend highly dislike. I mean, I don't think she's a very likable person. Vehicle data is coming and it's devastating for Karen. I agree, James. I agree. I'm trying to get to the bottom of these guys. So if you just popped in and you wrote a comment and I miss it, I apologize. Just write it again. I try to do everyone, I try to talk about what everyone wants to talk about. Like, oh, thank you, Holly. Good. We can play some of that. But I'm going to play the meltdown real quick. It's short, but we're going to play the meltdown. And it's part of the reason why people really don't even realize like that they have been mind controlled in this case, that they have been subjected to a cult of people who want them to believe what they want them to believe. And if you don't do what they want, they're coming after you. They use subliminals to do so. They use threats to do so, even if they're not direct threats, and their dog whistles does not make it any less of a threat. Okay. Let me get it up. Hold on. Let me get it on to the screen. Let me get this other one off here. Hold on. All right. All right. So I apologize in advance for his stupid face and his stupid voice. I know. I apologize for a stupid face or a stupid voice, but it's really important to see why some people think the way they do when it comes to this case. And this is one of the very large reasons that it happens. While I'm getting this up on the screen, if you don't mind, there is almost 400 of you. I'd appreciate it if you hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you can help out the channel and send a donation, that would be great as well. Or the like button or the share button. We're only one small tiny channel and we don't have monetization. So the only way we survive is from donations from our viewers. All right, let's see. It's on this little ticker at the bottom of the screen that's scrolling by. If you're watching that box that I'm in, it's right here. Scrolling by all the information. And we have Revout now for my out of country people, for all sorts of countries. It works for all sorts of countries to send and receive, which is nice. All right, get ready. I apologize in advance, but it's something that people need to see. All right. Yeah, it's look at what everybody else is doing except Karen. 100%, Smitty. 100%. Hey, Claire. Hi, my friend. It's nice to see you. You watching on your lunch break? I'm a little bit, I'm blushing. Watch me on your lunch break? All right, here we are. Again, I apologize in advance for the language, the voice, and the face, but it has to, I have to play it because it's important to show like why people are like threatened into doing what they want them to do. All right, here we go. I know, I apologize. I don't ever usually give it airtime, but this is important.
DeForo's like, upset, like people are mad at him, and he's got things to tell, like, oh, oh my God, wait do you hear what they did to me, or whatever. Jen O'Donnell, fucking Rita, enough. Get the fuck over it and get your ass down to fucking Dedham because Karen Reed needs you. If you even fucking fall for any of this shit anymore, but like, oh, this person, I will fucking snap. I don't want to hear a fucking word about Tom CPU. I don't want to hear a word about how he's a douchebag, how he said this, how he's trying to do that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't get your ass to fucking Dedham or you are dead to me. Don't even, when this is all fucking said, when Karen Reed's acquitted and everything's fine, and if you are one of those boots on the ground people that stop fucking coming because of fucking drama, when Karen Reed is acquitted, don't you even fucking think about reaching out to me. You're dead to me. Fucking dead to me. You are abandoning her.
The ego.
DeForo's like, upset, like people are mad at him.
Ego.
And he's got things to tell, like, oh, oh my God, wait do you hear what they did to me?
I can't do it. Hold on. The ego on that man to say, well, I mean, once she's acquitted, FYI, she will not be acquitted, but when she's acquitted and everything's fine, don't reach out to me. Don't do that. Like, is that real life? Like what? Like, oh, our troll from earlier, guys, decided they were going to tag me on something on Twitter. Like, hey, Kai, you're trolling. And like, I don't know if you realize this or not, but like, I don't deal with trolls. So now I'm just going to block you. And you totally wasted your finger push-ups on like writing something that I could care less about because I'm not wrong. So, I mean, you should probably stay in your cult world where you're comfortable then. Hold on. Somebody really just said this most ridiculous thing, which is the entire prosecution is based on Karen being the only person drinking that night. What? That can't be a real life thing. Like, do these people actually believe some of the things they say? Like, is that like I can't, like, the amount of like spin it takes and the mental gymnastics it takes to say some of this stuff is freaking amazing to me. Hold on. I'm trying to get up the other video that we're going to watch. Let me just, God damn it. Why isn't it showing me? Can anybody send it to my like XDMs instead? Because it's like not doing, it's not like popping up on the, damn it. It's not popping up on X where I wanted it to, or where it's supposed to be. But I would like to play some of it. Hello from Iraq. Hi, Brian. I mean, you know, like this is like real life, okay? The you're dead to me and get your ass down. Why? Because there's like anywhere between 10 and 25 people. Let me point out, make no mistake that the drama that he talks about is drama he creates himself. Okay? He creates this drama because he lies and he spins and people find out. And then he blames each other, okay? Blames everyone else, like, except himself. He takes no responsibility for anything at all. Now, mind you, this is the same man that is claiming he is not responsible for what other people do and can't be responsible for what other people do because it's just satire, right? I don't know what he thought that clip was going to do for him, but I promise you that the prosecution in his case already has it, okay? They had it just minutes after he went on that tirade, and it was saved so that if he deletes it, it's useless for him to delete. So I'm not really understanding why he thought that would help him in any way. You're abandoning her? No. Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Sewer Turtle, that most people saw that documentary have watched a lot of the evidence and thought, she's definitely not innocent. They were misled. They feel misled. And I can tell you this because I get plenty of messages from people who won't even go publicly and say, I changed my mind, because they're too afraid of being harassed by the cult and the sewer turtle that they don't want to say anything publicly. But privately, they feel like they'll be attacked if they do, but they have changed their opinion now. They have realized that they have been lied to. And even some of them have said they're ashamed for some things that they said and have done that they probably would not have done otherwise. And now they see why it's a bad thing. You are the good Karen. Yes, we call you the good Karen. This is Karen, my friend from True Crime and Wine. She has TikTok. You guys can find her there. She does this case as well. And she was harassed by the cult. But we call her the good Karen. She's the good Karen. Like, yep. They feel threatened, kiddies, is what happens, is they feel like they will just be harassed into oblivion. You can say that again. And they know from experience of people like me who have had to deal with it. Like, they just not willing to, I don't blame them. Like, the media won't. They don't want any part of giving any airtime to anyone telling the truth. They only want the salacious conspiracy theory. Like, that's all they want. That's it. Like, oh yeah. Well, because the media, in my opinion, don't really care about truth. They could care less. Like, they could care less. They really just don't give a shit. Like, that's the sad part. Like, that's ultimately the sad part. Yeah, she refused to answer and tried to brick the second phone after the sewer turtle sort of got her caught up in that. She tried to master reset the entire phone. I have a $10 donation from someone. I'm not going to read their name because it's not their screen name. And it says, for just a small thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then there's one from Claire. Thank you, Claire. And she sends 25 and says, for just a little support to keep you going. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate that, my friends. I like to put the little hearts on it when everybody donates so that I know that I got to that person and I read it. Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing on PayPal real quick so I can read it. Well, that's the thing. If there's a conspiracy, right, you're saying there has to be evidence against her, but then you're saying there's no evidence to convict her. Then how is she set up with evidence? Someone make it make sense. Someone make that make sense, please, for the love of God. Like, it doesn't, obviously. Like, obviously it doesn't. I got a message from someone, and I won't say who they are. But I do want you guys to realize that when you guys are writing stuff in chat, the witnesses and the families, they see you. Like, they watch, they see you, and they appreciate you. And so I'm being told to tell you guys, like, they appreciate it. Like, they see you, they appreciate you. And I just want you guys to know that you don't go unnoticed. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you guys are talking about this stuff, like, in the chat, like, they do watch and they do see it, and they appreciate it, because they deal with so much BS on a daily basis from some of these people, and just the horrible, awful things that are said about them, like, that they appreciate when the truth is told, and they're to see people that actually support them, Diana, I think that's part of his problem is he's still don't make a mistake. He makes a ridiculous amount of money. But I do think that he sees it dropping, and used to be a lot more than, 10 to 25 people outside the courthouse. And a lot of those people decided that, no, they don't want to be a part of that anymore, because it comes with drama, people talking about people making shit up about people. And it's like, why are you going there to support someone to get trashed by other people? Mostly the sewer turtle and his inner mob. They trash anybody who they get jealous of, or it's like children fighting. And so some people realize it just wasn't even worth it to go out there. For what? To be trashed? For what? No, he needs more than a mental eval. I'll tell you that much. He needs, ooh, what do we need? What does Jesse need? Oh yeah, I want to find. I want the video that they watched last night. What is it called? Somebody want to tell me what it's called again? Yeah, it's the best I could do is speed it up. If that doesn't show you why people believe what they do, it's literally like being threatened. You do what I want or X, Y, and Z. You know, like that's not normal. It's not normal. Normal creators don't scream at their audiences and say, you do what I want, and if you don't do what I want, you're dead to me and you're banned and watch what happens. And like this is what he like. What about the people he screams at that like you're gonna be banned, but before you're banned, you're gonna send me a turtle chat and you're gonna like it. And it's gonna be $5 or more because $5 is enough and it's a waste of my time. And don't send me a paragraph to read. I'm not gonna read it. Like the entitlement in that, like, and then people actually doing it afterwards. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, I don't care if they sent you 50 cents. If they sent you 50 cents, you say thank you because they don't have to send you anything. Okay. They don't have to send you anything. That means they appreciate your content. And like, I don't understand how anybody appreciates his content, but the point is it doesn't matter if it's 50 cents or $500, whatever they send, you say thank you and you appreciate it. He doesn't appreciate anyone. And I can't wait for all the private messages of him calling all of his followers ugly and stupid and they fall for anything. They listen to everything he says and they'll just keep sending money no matter what. Like, I cannot wait for some of that to come out in his trial so they realize what kind of person they're supporting and that he could give a shit less about any of them, which makes me sick to my stomach because I care about the people who come here and support me. Most of them will tell you I've made personal relationships with a lot of these people. Like, they're like family to me. I'm very protective, okay, of my community. Like, he could give a shit less, and it shows. And yet they still keep coming back for the abuse. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I did not see that. We'll be here, Ellen. Like, compare him to a cult leader talking about Jesus, talked to him and told him, like, that's some sick shit. Like, yeah, Jen O'Donnell, where he, freaked out on her. Like, there was no need for that either. Like, he doesn't like when people call him out. I'm still working on that. I have a phone call after this live, but I will let you guys know in the morning what I find from that phone call. It's 10 to 14 days, the judge said, but they could come out, earlier than that with an answer on the revocation of bail, especially if there's third parties sending things into the court, showing the judge things like this. The judge could decide, I've seen enough. Like, yeah, good guys. Exactly. The good guys. You can say that again. And I think that's how he tries to make up for it is like, in reality, he's not a very tough person. He just keeps saying it out loud. Like, I mean, do you see though, Katie, like how it's sort of like, it's a mind fuck, right? The whole purpose is like, do what I want or else. Like, I can't imagine speaking to the people that support me in that way and thinking that that's okay. Like, it's frigging insane. But you broke free, right? You broke free. I do wonder though, I ask other people this too, but like, what made you want to even search out a different channel? Like conspiracy channel? Like, what made you like stop and go, maybe I need to listen to something else? And because like, there had to be something in your head or your gut that was just like, I don't know, something's not right here. Like, something is not right. Lackluster does police body cam videos of police abuse, some videos with 5+ million views. They just did a full-on free Karen Reed, even called Judge Canoni Auntie Bev. Oh, that's nice. Karen Reed and lawyers are desperate. They are desperate. You can see how desperate they are. Like, the police who were incompetent were also very confident. Yeah, I love that argument. It's like, oh, the police that were incompetent, but we're going to rely on their police reports. What? 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 Kings came up with a new poem, he said. She was arguing all day and drinking all night. Jones ends up dead, and she's got a broken taillight. Guilty. I mean, it does rhyme. It does rhyme. It does rhyme. And we're always thinking of heels. Oh my God. My husband either. He'd run away crying. Like, it's bottom line. Like, I'll call the police. Like, somebody said I was mean. You're mean. They watch, so they see you guys. And it does make a difference to them. It does make a difference. It makes all the difference. Like, so, it's nice for me able to pass along. I only pass along messages when I'm asked to, but nice to pass along that, like, they see you, like they see you guys. Well, that's the thing, right? Most of them don't want to go down there anymore either because they're so far away from the courthouse that, like, what's the point? They're wasting their time. The jury can't hear them. They can't tamper with the jury. That's most of the reason why they were there to begin with. Like, it does rhyme. It was good. It was an accident. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, they see you guys, you know? Oh, he's definitely on edge. Yep, he is on edge. What, this? The rant? You got a rant again? I can't even watch 5 minutes of him. I don't know how some of you guys do it. I can't. They are a match made in hell. They are. Heel's brought a lot of people together, I feel like. Like, well, he does do that too. He has bots, or like he'll read fake ones just to make people donate more, which is so slimy in my opinion. Like, it's read what you get, dude. Like, if you don't, you don't. Like, if his bail gets revoked, I'm buying champagne. Like, yeah, during the stream, the accident happened during the stream, so it was unfortunate, and but she brought a lot of us together. I mean, poor Triple Paul, like, he was clearly nervous, and like, there was no need to treat him the way they did. Like, it is a lot of people trying to find a place to belong, a lot of narcissistic, very unhinged. But the people that aren't like that, the people who are intelligent but just got sort of sucked into it, eventually figure it out. Most of them, at least, you know? Oh, definitely. He definitely did. Definitely. Because they realize that it's definitely taking a nosedive. Like, right? How dare we? Lally definitely, I think, has improved as well. I think so. For this guy to keep saying too, like, Jesus told me, like, Jesus, like, what? Like, creepy isn't even the word. It's like, so, like, 10 times worse than creepy. Like, I mean, but why not tell the truth? Why not? I mean, if you put work into your channel and like getting correct information and like trying to grow your channel, like, why can't you just tell the truth? Why does it have to be like, I get it. More money is always good, like, especially for people who don't make a ton. But it seems to me as the people who are willing to lie are the people who already have a ton of money, yet they're just so greedy that they like, that's what it seems like to me. I mean, I'm just saying, like, oh, he's been unhinged, Diana, like, for a long, long time. And this is why many people, including Cosgrove, have said, like, dangerous. It's the bottom line. Like, just because he didn't show up to someone's house with a gun yet does not mean he's not dangerous. He's extremely dangerous. Like, the man is not well, like, mentally, like, at all. Like, not by a long shot. Like, that's the part that, like, gets me, is like, people don't actually realize how unhinged he is, how mentally unwell. Like, they need to hurry up with that revocation. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, he'll keep going. He'll keep pushing. He thinks he's untouchable. Like, yeah, I mean, it's sad, but the innocence fraud is it's getting big, right? Like, it's big. I mean, that's the other thing, is you have to remember it's mostly about the money, and the attorneys are paying for PR. They're paying for PR. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's so nice. Oh, girl, you're coming straight to my house, Karen. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Actually, Karen, as a matter of fact, Francesca, are you still here? You have a very big fan. I meant to send this to you in text message yesterday, but I forgot. But Francesca absolutely loves you. And I was just telling her the other day, I said, oh, I talk to Karen almost every day. And she said, oh my God, no way. So Francesca is a huge fan of yours, Karen. But you totally come to my house. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. We will be having a party here. Like, that's a fact. The free Karen Read channels I used to watch are so one-sided and will not entertain anyone else's views. Like, you have to buy this bullshit conspiracy to watch them. That's part of the ploy, though. You want only the people who will willing to listen to every single word you say and take it as gospel, or you're no good. They make you feel less than. So you have to agree with them or they will shun you. Like, that's how it works for them. Like, oh yeah, her old Fidelity buddies and friends have been handing over large sums of money. So it's glaringly obvious. Watch them a few times to see for myself. I like my low blood pressure. I agree with you. I don't know how anybody does it. I don't. Red Sky said it's a tough call. It could go either way. His bail might be revoked. He needs to mind the terms of his pretrial release, but he never will. He never will, you know? He never will. I can agree with that too, Anna, 100%. You did figure it out, Jesse. You did. Funny enough, like he's Catholic, but, you know. So I'm getting a message that we don't know if this is 100% happening, but we're gonna find out. But I'm hearing that there are people outside of D&E Pizza. I would suggest that if they are, the cult might want to move away from D&E Pizza. You going there because he ranted about people going down to the courthouse can be seen as you putting him in jail because it's indirect contact. I suggest you back away from D&E Pizza and Chris and leave him alone. Because I'm going to promise you that I'm going to contact Chris and find out if you were out there and send it to the proper authorities. Like, thin ice isn't even a word. He's on very thin ice. And then he sends these idiots to do his bidding for him currently. But that's picketing a witness's place of business. And that's not very smart. But again, I'm not saying all of these people are smart, but I promise you that if you are currently down in front of D&E right now, you might want to leave the front of D&E and go home. You might want to find something else constructive to do with your Sunday. Might be a smart thing to do. It was disturbing. It was extremely disturbing, but he's got a lot like that that's disturbing a lot. Like, it did sound like a slap on the wrist, but I know judges mostly, if they're going to just deny it outright, usually it's denied right there outright. There's a reason the judge didn't deny it outright right there, which is interesting to me. Like, I don't know what Roberta did for a living. I'm not sure. I don't think she's an attorney, but neither am I. And you can still be very knowledgeable about the law and not be an attorney. So I wouldn't discredit someone just because they're not an attorney. You can still have quite a bit of information, sometimes even more than an actual attorney. You are 100% right, Kings. A rotten tree will never produce good fruit. That's 1,000% correct. Listen, there are 399 of you here. I would ask that you please hit the like button, the subscribe button, share the video with a friend. If you guys, just found us, I'm glad to have you. We're glad to have people like Katie who figured it out and Jesse who figured it out and many, many more of you who send me messages. We appreciate those. I do have to check messages today. I didn't check a ton yesterday because I was trying to have my one day off a week and not do all that. Although it was hard. It was hard not to check because I feel like people think I'm ignoring them if I'm not responding right away. But I'm like, this is my one day off. I think they'll understand if I'm not answering them. So I promise I will get to those after this live today because it's Sunday. So, but I wouldn't discredit anybody who's not a lawyer. Sometimes they know more than some attorneys that are just spewing nonsense. And sometimes there aren't always good attorneys. Some attorneys actually don't fucking know what they're talking about. They just skated by in law school and barely passed the bar. That's my problem, DJ. And I'll tell you that right now. How many times I've written an email begging for them to do their job and saying, even to the Attorney General's office, are we going to wait until someone dies, until a tragedy happens, until someone kills themselves or something awful happens until something is done? Because at that point, if the bail could have been revoked and wasn't, the family of whoever something horrible happens to, or that person themselves, could sue. It shouldn't get to that. It should not get to that. Nobody should be able to watch for 5 minutes and say that's satire. There's nothing satire about it. There's also, when have you ever heard of a satire journalist? Anyone? McFly? Anyone? Anyone? I mean, I don't think Karen will, that's her opinion. I don't think Karen will walk. I just don't, I don't think at this point that's a possibility unless you have a plant on that jury. Jackson promised in opening, a witness will testify to seeing John in the house. No one's going to testify to seeing John in the house. There's nobody. That's not going to happen. I love that he said that. I love that for him. I love that for him. Since that never happened, I think what he's referring to is the person who says they didn't know everyone there and saw like a dark-headed guy. Remember last trial, the guy was like, I didn't know everybody there, but there was a guy that came in. It must have been Colin, I think, that he saw either coming. It was either like Higgins or Colin that he saw coming or going, whoever testified, and was like, this person, I didn't know who they were. This is what they look like. And I think that's them trying to point to like, oh, well, that was John, when it was really like Colin or something. Like, if that's not like someone testifying to John being there, someone being like, I saw him there. Like, that's not a thing. Like, oh yeah, he's admitted a million times that he's lied, but then like takes it back, almost tries to spin it around. It's like, but I had to, you guys. I had to. I know you guys understand. Like, I just couldn't tell you that at the time. Like, it just wasn't the right. Like, that's how he, and they just buy it. Like, they just buy it, Sash. They just buy it. Like, I just don't get it. I think smart people should know by this point they've been lied to numerous times. Like, yeah. Right? They can just fly it right to you. Right? Like, I might order one today just to send to someone else over in that area. Like, because if they're over there being assholes, like, no, that's not, no. Like, that's sad. I think it didn't get granted only because Karen's trial is ongoing. Well, it didn't not get granted yet. It wasn't not granted. The judge took it under advisement. Exactly. Jesus came to serve his people. That's what, you know what I mean? Like, if his bail gets revoked, I'll buy the champagne and drink it with you. Yes, you should come right over to my house with that. Right over to my house. Good morning, Jennifer. Right? You know you're welcome to. I'm telling you, got to come visit Anna. I forced myself to watch him for the last 2 nights. It's very sad and bad human. I feel like bad isn't even the word. I think like this has to be like just deplorable, disgusting, very unhinged, very mentally unwell. Everything he looks at, reads, twists. Also, he's not very smart. A lot of the things that he like twists or lies about are things he actually just doesn't understand correctly. So he's literally spitting out in his brain what makes sense when he's not actually understanding the subject at hand. Like, which is just sad that anybody buys any of that. Like, hey, Casey, we always love our replay crew. We appreciate. Yeah, she's seen a lot of people walk free for this crap. I have to, I'd be jaded too. I think a lot of the cases that don't make sense to me come from Florida, where people are found not guilty for things. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong down in Florida? Like, the intelligence just isn't there either. He has the emotional intelligence of a 5-year-old. Like, we see plenty of law tubers spewing nonsense. I respect a truth teller over any of those lawyers any day. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, just because you're not a lawyer doesn't mean you don't know the law better than some of these law tubers. It also doesn't mean that like you're not more intelligent than they are. It just, you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer. There are bad doctors, there are bad lawyers. There are people who are more intelligent than lawyers and doctors who just aren't lawyers and doctors. You know what I mean? Like, King said he's got the satire thing from his 1A auditor buddies. Well, because that's what he got. So I'll explain to you, Potluck. In the past, when he was sued, he would get out of the lawsuit by saying it was his opinion and that he was not a journalist. He was a satirist. When he started screaming he was a journalist, people started pointing out that he's no longer going to be able to claim it's just his opinion and he's a satirist. So he's tried to now readopt this, but it's just satire thing. That's not going to work for him. King said Karen is an alcoholic on trial for murder, and in her mind, she's winning over people like Jen. So that's the thing. Like, anybody saying that is literally in Delulu land. Like, these people are like, Jen got destroyed, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what trial were you watching? Like, most people who, like, followed this trial from, like, just the beginning of, like, this trial, this one here that we're watching, not the first one, but the second one, this one now, that I heard from that didn't follow any of the crap nonsense from the first one are like, oh, she's guilty. Like, she's fucking guilty. We watched the ID documentary, we're watching the trial. Like, she is guilty. The defense is not doing well. Like, normal people that didn't follow the nonsense ahead of time, all the little lies to try to make the conspiracy work along the way. Like, most of them are like, yeah, no, like she's definitely guilty. So I find it funny that they have to say that. They have to say that, like, they're winning no matter what happens. Like, Jackson gets screamed at by the judge, they're winning, right? They're winning. Like, everything is a win to them, even when it's really bad. And that sort of tells you like where their head is at. Like, no matter what happens, like, if she's found guilty on some of these charges, they're going to say that's a win because she can appeal them. Like, it's not a win under any circumstances. Like, under any circumstances, none. No, he actually does not realize that half of his audience is actually people that watch him just to like record it so that they can send it to the state. He really thinks that like those numbers are because everybody loves him. That's what he thinks. He doesn't even realize that half of them are like hate watchers or people who are recording his every movement. Like, I mean, I wouldn't waste my time recording it, but I do appreciate the people that do because he needs to be held accountable for the things that he does. Yeah, no evidence of hypothermia, even though the Emmy testified last time that there absolutely was. I didn't know Jackson was an Emmy now. Or that his Emmy that didn't get to actually see the body could determine that. Like, I just hope TB has people come for Jan's sister. I could see TB having people, her sister, Jen's sister. You know, she has a couple of sisters, but they've showed up at one of her sister's houses before. Thank God that she's got like a longer driveway and she posted no trespassing signs. So I dare them. Like, no one is live or talking about Dean even when I'm done looking. Yeah, it's probably, if it's anywhere, it's either on Facebook or X. It's one, you know, rumor has it in the courthouse, DB will be getting his bail revoked tomorrow. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. That would be amazing. I'm not kidding when I say like champagne. Yeah, mentally ill is like definitely explains some of it. Like, oh yeah, they'll be dumb enough to video it. You're right, Jane. They absolutely will. Yep. They're friendly. They're friendly. Oh, Boston Mike. Yeah, they do just make shit up. I don't know why. Like, but they do. Exactly. You just watch them make it up out of thin air. Like, come on, man. You're right about that. There is nothing scarier than someone with nothing to lose. And that's what like the judges don't seem to understand is he has nothing to lose at this point. Like, yeah, that comes from a source, a very good source that's what they think is might be happening right now. So that's the only reason why I mention it. Good reason to believe they might be down there. Again, I have to check with Chris, but why was Jackson allowed to introduce Jen's sister into this and point her out? You know, I would have stopped that if I was the judge too, like her whole name and everything. That was really unnecessary. Like, unless you're calling her as a witness to debunk your entire ridiculous theory. Like, ooh. Read William Ramsey's book about WM3. Goes through all trial interviews. Eccles is not innocent, not exonerated. I have the best kids had to share. Yeah. The judge plans on making his decision tomorrow, and it's not in his favor. I guess that's pretty good news, you know? I'll take it. Right? See where they get it from? Well, they can't tell you where they're hearing it from. Just like sometimes I won't be able to tell you guys where I get information from because I can't exactly tell you where my sources are, where they're located, what they do. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to tell you guys all that. Not always, that's for sure. I mean, it's Sunday. Don't they have anything better to do? Like, why didn't you just ask Jen to call and see if he stayed on the couch? Exactly. Never was like, let's go check and see if he's like sleeping. You know what I mean? Like, make that make sense. Like, never did that. Like, Aw. Problem is, depending on what channel you watch, it can be near enough a different trial. Oh, that's very true. That is very, very true. That's why I try to let people just watch it, you know what I mean, for themselves, like here, and then decide. Like, I'll give my commentary on what I think, but like, it's up to you to decide, like, what you think. You know what I mean? Like, no, she never asked him, like, hey, did you, like, is he on the couch? Like, can you call your sister and see if he's on the couch? Like, none of that ever happened. It was, he's on the side of the road, or we got to go look for him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that does not make any sense. Such a nice thing to hear, Anna. Yeah, adding the shots to the drinks, right? Because like they weren't good enough for me. I had to add a whole nother shot to it. It wasn't strong enough. It tasted like there was no vodka there. Not because I was possibly already shit-faced or anything, but because it was like a weak pour. So that's not a double drink. Well, I don't know what the Commonwealth's talking about. That doesn't count as 2. It's really 1 because it wasn't strong enough. Like, if that's her best argument, like she's in trouble. Like in big, big trouble. Sorry, Annie. We cannot promise not laughing on this channel. All right. Sometimes my chat gets very funny. All right. And I cannot be responsible for all the things that fly out of my mouth all the time. Like, exactly. Except a body temperature of 80 when they actually did the body temp, which again, I don't think was right there on scene. Like, so it would have been lower on scene if that's the case. Like, I agree. She's still going down, like it's definitely going to get ugly. It always did, it did last time too. Like, yeah. What are we saying, that John's pancreas is in on the conspiracy? Like, is that a thing? Like, oh, I'm so glad, Carolyn. Thank you. Definitely an alcoholic who adds shots to make a drink normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, it's not revoked yet. It's not on the docket yet. And they wouldn't, on the weekends, you wouldn't get something like that yet. Nothing to say bad date, like complaining the vodka isn't strong enough, right? Like, I mean, oh, hey, it can't count as a double because I just didn't taste it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled. I have to, check into it when I get off here. But I would suggest if they are, that they move away and go home. Like, I mean, he had the meltdown that we played. Did you see the meltdown that we played? His little tantrum, like his tantrum. Keep acting that way. His veins popping out of his forehead and shit. Like, Bree does that. Mama Bree does that. Like, I honestly feel like it's like to get a pat on the back, Michael, like to feel important, to get a pat on the back, to feel like they're a part of some group of people that give them pats on the back and tell them they're awesome. And they just have to keep grasping and grasping at any straw they can find, twisting that straw to oblivion. Like, that's not Karen saying she expected to find him on the side of the road. That's AI. Like, the fact that that's actually like coming out of somebody's brain and they're typing that, like, shows me that that person has 0 critical thinking skills, because not even the defense is going to claim that that's not their client and those are not her words. Why? Because they were sitting right there with her when she said it. That's never going to, like, it's not AI. Karen said it. It's her words. That's why you see the 3 screens when they play those clips. It's because it's unaired, unedited, uncut footage. That's why there's 3 of them and not just 1. Right? It's under poop pants in the sewer. Just lurking around in the sewer. Like, yeah, you never want to give up your sources, dude. Your sources are very important, people. And, there's the reason why I get information before, before other people or before we hear it in mainstream. And we want to keep it that way, right? Like, sometimes I can't tell you guys why I know something or how I know something. I just, I just give it to you guys the way I can. Like, right? How do you water down like a, wasn't good enough, like weak pour, right? An Irish bar on weak pours doesn't really make sense, but all right. Like, well, I mean, do you remember last trial when they were like, John's father is going to sit with Karen? Like, that was never a thing. Like, yeah, you never, dude, especially important stuff like source information, that kind of, you never put that stuff where someone else could get it, like, ever. No, never asked anybody. That's the kicker. She never asked anyone. Like, History Conspiracy, my favorite was the author of Plastic Maca. Oh, I love books. I don't know. I mean, doubles might be better if you want that, like, really potent taste of alcohol where it burns your throat. I'm not a fan of that, Not a fan of, like, just straight shot after shot after shot. If I want to drink, I want to drink. I want a mixed drink, I don't want, like, whiskey. Like, I don't want whiskey in my mixed drink. Like, you know what I mean? If I want whiskey, I want whiskey like on the rocks or in a shot. I don't want whiskey in a mixed drink, like dropped into a mixed drink. That's weird. Like the only time that is acceptable is when you're doing it in a Guinness and it's called a car bomb. Like that's what it's called. There's no way, if you're willing to look at the evidence, you cannot clearly see her guilt. Honest people, like you are truth sellers, not only wanting clicks and views. I mean, clicks and views are always great, right? Like, not saying that they're not something that you strive for when you have a channel. They are. I'm not getting paid for views and clicks right now. I'm not monetized. So I only get donations through the, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Chime, Revout now that I have open. Like I don't get paid per 1,000 views or anything like that, or memberships, or a lot of other channels have those to rely on. So they don't really have to rely on donations. So even when like they're streaming 8 hours of trial, like their membership fees per month are sending a check once a month from YouTube that they're getting. Like they rely on that. So they don't have to worry about it. Like I don't have that same option. Also, I'm a lot smaller because I took so many breaks with my daughter's medical. So there was some breaks that I took, so I didn't have that, chance to grow that way. And so, I mean, all creators should make, money to cover the cost of the channel. It's not free to run it. It's, it's expensive. Like if you don't have it, it's expensive. Like, and make something on top of it for their time. Like, but it's I'll tell you, it's tough during trial because I don't have what they have when it comes to like memberships and stuff. So I do appreciate the support that's given to my channel by all of you and any of you, because it's very important so that I can keep this going. You have to be able to at least cover the costs to be able to keep it running. Like it's just the bottom line. I don't have the extra money in my pocket to just pay out of pocket for it. If I did, I would, but I do think that like, if you're only doing it for clicks and views because you're getting paid for that click and that view, and you're willing to lie to your entire audience just for more people to donate, like they are, that's where I think the line should be drawn. Like if you know something to not be true, or you know that you're spinning something to make it what you want it to be, like that should be where the line is drawn. Like that's not okay. Like there is pieces of evidence that you can't just say like, oh, well, the car evidence isn't right because Karen's factually innocent, so it couldn't possibly be correct. So that means somebody had to have tampered with it, or it has to be fake. Like common sense would say that's not true, right? Common sense would say that's not plausible. It's not true. So to just spew that out so that they repeat it over and over and over, and then just to keep repeating it, that's the way a cult works. You repeat mantras, and then your cult repeats mantras. And that's how they draw other people into the cult. And they all believe everything that the cult leader says. Like, that is why it is extremely dangerous. Like, I think once you want that sort of community approval, like you're failing. Like you shouldn't need approval from anybody but yourself. That's where you should want the approval from, is yourself. Like, I don't need approval. I know who I am. So they can say whatever they want about me, and they go after some of us pretty hard, the ones that they don't like, that are willing to sit here and tell the truth. And they think that by like harassing us on a daily basis and sending emails and sending DMs and saying really nasty, awful, even some threats, like they think that that's magically going to like make us disappear and stop speaking and make it easier for them. Like they're sadly mistaken. And so they've since realized that they're sadly mistaken. So they ramp it up. Like they're very smug. They're very smug, Ethel. Yeah, a lot of people actually said that. The ones that just started following it with the ID documentary were like, I knew she was guilty right away just by the way she acted. And I'm like, well, watch the trial, Yeah, that's not how I roll. Most people know that. Most people know that I'm not going to do that. It's not going to happen. So no matter how badly you want me to tell you how I know or who, it's just not going to happen. Like, yeah. He is repulsive, and the shit he did to Heels was not okay. Like, oh, you know what, Jackie? I wish I could have like a folding bot for laundry. I'd be rich. I hate laundry so much. I need to do laundry, as a matter of fact. Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's what like the new cool thing to do is to get, is to like follow suit from the cult and like do all that stuff. So now that's what they do. I do notice that a lot of other channels don't interact with their audiences the way I do, but I pride myself on how much they do because I think what you guys say is important and what you guys want to talk about is important. Like, it's important to me. It's important to the whole story as a whole. You guys bring out some things that maybe I don't even catch, you know? Like, and if you don't interact with your audience, how do you get that? You don't. You just skip right over it? Like, I don't get it. Like, he doesn't. He damn well knows she isn't. It's the money. It is the money. He has one goal and one goal only: money and fame. That's it. There was never another motive to this. Like, and this is what people miss completely, is broke a story. He didn't break anything. Karen herself fed him the information that she wanted him to say. She told him when to say it, when not to say it, when he could talk about something, when he couldn't talk about something. Literally. Like, and when they realize this in his trial, I'm not sure that like they're going to care at that point, but like there's so many more really bad things that they're going to have to look at and then try to explain away. And some of it's just not explainable, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know why she would be drinking that much. Apparently she was, and still is, quite fond of drinking a lot. Like, hi, Susie. You got to play 2.5 times to catch up. Like, oh God, see, I don't know how anybody watches a full stream at all. I really hope so, Jen. I feel like that might be the one that they argued about and that he said he could wait until next week to play, but we don't know until he names which one it is, you know? Like, usually when he does that, it's a prerequisite to he's about to start attacking you on his own. He does little dog whistles and little things here and there, and then he'll go full-fledged cray-cray on you. And it's because either he's mad that, I don't know, people are talking about Tom more, people giving Tom more money than they're giving him, like whatever the case may be, it's a very selfish reason on why he wants to go cuckoo. Like it's the same thing that he's done over and over and over and over long before this case existed. He's a creature of habit. These are things that you can predict he's going to do and why he's doing them. It's not hard if you know his history. No, he's evil. Definitely evil, Jackie. Oh yeah, everybody's related to the Albert. I'm a McAlbert. Oh, by the way, my t-shirt today, you guys might like this one because it applies in my situation, since I did think maybe she was innocent in the beginning with no actual evidence, but when the evidence wasn't out. So this shirt says, not my circus, not my monkeys, but I definitely know all the clowns. And since I know some of the clowns on the other side, this is an appropriate shirt for me. Like, I like interacting with my chat. I guess other people don't. I think they think it loses them money because if they just ignore people in chat, like it makes people donate so that they answer the questions. I think that's a slimy way of getting donations. I understand why people do it, especially smaller channels, because we're at a very big disadvantage. YouTube doesn't pick our stuff up and send it out to everybody so that a bunch of people can find us. It's a lot harder for us to like sort of gain that traction when you're smaller. But I just feel like it's too slimy. I just don't like it, you know? I don't know. I think he's still there, right? I think he's still doing stuff like, oh, thank you, Carolyn. I mean, I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff. But for a reason, I have experience in it, you know? If Jen was part of a car up, how would Jen know Karen would call her at 5 to look for John on the side of the road? Exactly. Exactly. I think, yeah, they argued about a clip, you know? Not only is it going to his lawyers, but it's going to go to all the civil suits that he's about to see when Karen's case wraps up. He's about to get smacked with a ton of civil suits. A ton. Like, and all of that money is going to go to them. All of his victims. Like, Tom and Mike attached all the boots on the ground, folks. It's a good shirt, right? It's a good shirt. It's a good shirt. You know, it's interesting. She did a lot. She's been doing a lot of like stuff in and around Canton, but not like this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like that's, I think the thing is that they don't have the boots on the ground people anymore. Like, I think he stopped going to live stream, and TV had something to say, obviously, and I think he was calling him out for something. Yeah, I mean, that's what he does, you know? It's what he does. Jessie came as free Karen Reed and she acted appropriately and we treated her well so the trolls can do one hugs to Jessie. Exactly. How can TV say someone murdered John without ever saying allegedly or I think? Well, that's, good question, Jackie. I would ask YouTube that since they have gotten the formal complaint already on that and how his entire channel is literally geared towards doxing, harassing, insulting, smearing people. It's a break of terms of service on YouTube. I think because his channel is not monetized on YouTube, they took that away from him years ago during COVID. So he uses that like turtle chat feature. So because he's not monetized, I don't think they pay as much attention to it, but they need to. And they have formal complaints. So now at this point, if they still choose to do nothing, they can be held legally liable. And so that's the ball's in their court. You can say someone's been murdered by saying it's your opinion. You don't have to say the word allegedly. You can say it's your opinion, but that's not what he does. He says, I know for a fact, Karen's factually innocent, blah, 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 blah. All the nonsense, right? And it's one thing, you're calling people and saying their numbers out loud, allowing the voicemail to say their numbers, giving addresses, doxing people. Then people are being harassed. And you never once say, you know what, guys, if you guys are doing these things, please don't do these things. Please don't harass people. Please don't, you know what I'm saying? It's been reported a billion times. YouTube has not taken action, but now they have formal complaints. So we'll see what they do with those. That's very true, Insider Man. You're very welcome, Jesse. If you gig it and you hear it, report it, nobody should be threatening, malicious, abusive, report it. You know what I'm saying? I agree. Should have been a long time ago. A long time ago. We should have to rely on his shitty website, to be honest. Shitty ad. I can never run a website with that many ads on it. If that's how many ads I need for my website to actually run to make money, then maybe I just take the website down at that point, because there is no chance in hell I would subject people to all of that. That is crazy. That is overkill. So overkill for a website to have that many ads and pop-ups. Ridiculous. Utter lunacy, if you ask me. All right, we've been here 2 hours, 34 minutes. Do me a favor. There's 424 of you currently here. You can do me a favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button, share the video with somebody who doesn't know we exist. If you can donate to the channel, it's always very helpful. We definitely need the support. We appreciate it. And you can do so these ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and now we have Revout for all of you around the world on top of PayPal. Brigading, exactly. It's not, Susie said she's at the beginning of the stream and Free Karen Reed are claiming Mr. Reed did not have a meltdown. Nobody said meltdown, but he had a little snappage. They say Paul was making faces at the Reeds. He's allowed to make faces. That's not a thing. Got admonished and ordered to move. No more facial expressions. You can't tell somebody not to have facial expressions. That's not a thing, especially the victim's family. And it wasn't just Paul. It's because there's a back and forth between the families. And here's the thing is nobody has any class on the Reed side. So they like to try to get a rise out of people. It's just the truth of the matter. It's a fact, oh, that's okay, kitties. You can always replay if you can't bring us with you. But I appreciate that you guys bring me with you in your pocket places. I love when you guys are like, well, we're going out, but I'm bringing you with me. You got my headphones and you're coming with me. Someone on the Reed side complained. I know you like my shirt, Karen. This is a pretty good shirt, right? I know the clowns, but not my circus, not my monkeys. I have one other shirt that I haven't worn yet. That's funny. Should actually be here tomorrow, I think, but let's I'll keep it a secret. Oh yeah, jail, under the jail would be appropriate. Jail for the rest of his natural existence would be the appropriate punishment. But I just want to see the court do the right thing at some point, because the amount of victims that have been made by bail not being revoked before just allows him to make future victims. Oh, there's 420, down to 420 people. So, well, now it's back up 421. Well, it said 420 for a second. So if you smoke, that was your cue. I do not. I have my vape, but that's it. This is my Geek Bar Pulse sour apple blow pop. I quit smoking cigarettes. Well, that's the thing, right? Your ugliness is on the inside and outside. So you can put all the makeup in the world, all the $1,000 outfits and $5,000 outfits and suits and shoes and purses you want on, okay? But it does not make you not ugly on the inside. Like it matters, okay? It matters. And if you're sitting there watching the body language of some of these people, it's like, is this real life? The absolute like disdain for the victim's family and the witnesses, the disdain, the ugliness, the just smugness of like getting joy out of things that hurt people. That's not right. That's not normal behavior. I don't care who you are. I wouldn't want my worst enemy to go through some of the things that these people have been through. I wouldn't want my worst enemy to go through some of the things I have been through because of this case. Not by a long shot. I don't think I ever imagined taking this case and following it that I would have to deal with the things that I have had to deal with. I never could have ever imagined the heinous, awful, terrible harassment and that it would go this long. I've been dealing with it since 2023 daily. I always try to like block now and just ignore, but sometimes it's hard. Like, you know, I'd be lying if I said sometimes it's not difficult. Like, you know, especially to see like constant lies about you, things that never happened, people claiming happened, and like people backing up other people's lies. Like that shows you that there are that many people that are willing to lie, and then that many people that are willing to back up a lie that never happened. Like that makes you think like, wow, like there are some very unwell people out there. Like, and that's scary. I have daughters. Like, I don't want to put my daughters in a world where there are that many unhinged individuals that are willing to lie that much. Like that's scary shit, bro. Scary shit. Very scary shit. It's not normal. And some of these people will make up detailed stories with like details that they literally made up. And like some of these people will literally do it knowing that there's text messages, emails, like things to prove them wrong, knowing those exist. They know 100% they exist, yet they're still willing to go with the lie. Why? What's the motivation? If you're and some of them don't get paid any money. So it's like, what is your motivation to just be a shitty individual? Is it really just a pat on the back from a YouTuber? That's your like, that's what you're willing to be like for that? I mean, maybe I can understand having someone's back. That makes sense. But like someone who has such disdain for the people that even watch him, he doesn't give a shit about a single person that watches him. Make no mistake about that. And even some of the people he makes fun of on like a daily basis in private, they're the ones who like defend him the most, which is like, ouch. Like, some of the stuff that might come out in his own trial is going to be things that they're not going to want to hear. But yet I've seen it happen before where it's been shown to them and they're just like, meh. Like, they're just like totally okay with that. And I'm like, what kind of standards do you set for the people that you like, or the people that you're friends with, or the people, or like the behavior that you'll take from other people? Because I promise you, that's not behavior I accept from other people. I would cut you right out of my life. It's unacceptable. I don't expect that I would ever waste my time making false reports on people. I would never waste my time calling their jobs or doing shit just to hurt people. It's not worth my time or energy, especially not over a case. Whether Karen gets found guilty or not, at this point, to most people, isn't going to change their life. You know, the people who it matters to and the people who want justice are the people who have been victimized by Reed herself and her family, and the sewer turtle in conjunction with her. So there are, the victims are the witnesses, the O'Keefe family, John himself, of course, first and foremost. All right. But then every person that doesn't agree with them after, any person that's willing to tell the truth and go against the grain when it comes to them, including me, Kevin, any girl that the TV has ever had a relationship with, that they broke up with him, he spins the entire narrative on them, and they become the bad person, and he's the victim every time. It's just that he dates crazy girls. It's not him that's the problem. It's all of them, which is like, how does anybody believe that? I don't even know. It's absurd. But all of them, okay. And then in turn, anybody that's close to them, their friends, their family, their loved ones, their children, it doesn't matter. There are so many of us that just want to see justice happen. We just want justice. We just want what should happen legally to happen legally, for these people to be held accountable for the illegal things that they continue to do, period. The sheer amount of people who have been victimized by this is staggering. And I think M. William Phelps said it at his last podcast on this case. He said over 100 people have become victims of this friggin' charade. Okay. And we're well past that 100 now, well past it. So there are people that like me who want the justice because we've been affected by this in a way that none of us could have ever imagined. And because what's fair is fair. If you continuously trash other people to hide your own misdeeds, which is what he does 24/7, and clearly what Karen learned to do, then you should be held accountable. Bottom line. And that man needs to be held accountable for the many, many people that he has blackmailed in private, thinking that those were never going to see the light of day. Well, he's very sorry. A lot of those victims came to me, and I have that evidence. It's been passed along to the authorities where it belongs. So, I mean, that's why he's so nervous about what they have in his phone, because they have all the blackmail, they have all the wiretapping, all the people he recorded without their knowledge on the phone. Many instances of that. Okay. The way he treats people is a transaction. What can you do for him? If you're useless and have nothing to give, or you will not do the unethical things that he expects of you, like lie for him, then you're useless. Therefore, you need to be attacked and shushed and discredited, even if he's got to make shit up. In his eyes, it discredits you, and he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. And these people keep going back for more. It's not going to be one of them. They don't seem to learn until it is one of them. Then they're like, oh shit, I didn't realize what a shitty person he was. Now, I give it to some people that don't know his history. I totally understand how you wouldn't know. I get it. But at this point in the game, there have been many warnings for you. We have warned you numerous times. You don't want to take my word for it? Cool. But when it boils down to it and it happens to you, you're going to wish you listened. You're going to wish that you listened. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have a fraction of the calm that Jen McCabe had on that stand. There's no chance that I would have been that calm. Accusing me of shit I didn't do, I might flip my lid. Absolutely not. It is scary. It's like living in a different universe, Tanja. That's the thing, right? Who's the common denominator in all the fuckery? He is. Him and Karen. They are the common denominator. Can't be everyone else, right? Has to be. They point fingers at everyone else but them. It's this person. It's this person. And I mean, he figured out that if he just says all of his cases are a conspiracy and he did nothing wrong, and it's just because he spoke out in this case, which is, I mean, Karen even got tired of him saying that. But then he blackmailed her back into him talking about her. It's even the people who support Karen, how do you still support him knowing he blackmailed her? He threatened her with going to Tully because he was mad because he wasn't going on court TV, which court TV will not allow him for his own actions, not anybody else's fault, and because she wasn't saving him a seat because she told him not to do something and he did it anyway. He exposed her and he didn't care. He's a liability, just like she called him. He's a liability. You never know when he's just going to snap and let shit out that he shouldn't, or try to save his own ass. And so what did you do? He blackmailed her. He said, I'm going to go to Telly if she doesn't do X, Y, and Z. Even Jackson said, well, that's blackmail, but who's going to believe us? The state police? Like, well, maybe you should have thought about that, Alan Jackson, before you used him as your, you know, your runaround idiot. Like, I wouldn't normally wish jail on anyone either, but the most vile of society. And they are the most vile of society. Both him and Karen belong in prison for the rest of their lives. Like, the rest of their lives. Like, oh, it's disgusting. I don't even have a word for how disgusting it actually is. It's like DJ said, that one of the things that disturbs them the most is how many legitimate journalists and news outlets and true crime outlets have totally fed the cult. Well, I'll tell you why. I mean, I've said it and I'll say it again. It's because every stream they do, they're making $500, $600, $700 in these streams or more, depending on how big their channel is. And so they know if they just feed the cult, that those kind of dollar signs will keep coming into their channels. I'm not willing to sell my soul. Sorry. I have to look myself in the mirror. Like, it's what it is. Like, and if I make a lot less because of that, then so be it. Like, exactly. They can point all the fingers they want. At the end of the day, you have 10 more pointing back at you, especially when it all comes out. And it will all come out. And then they can just keep defending the indefensible if they want until the cows come home. They're going to be waiting for the feds to come until they turn to dust, you know? Like, I've gotten a lot of emails that are like, I wish I listened, you know? And I feel bad. I'm human. I have emotion. So yes, I do feel bad for some of them. But what I don't feel bad for is when you know and you've been warned and you still engage in that behavior against other people that you think is okay, that you would not have engaged in otherwise. If you're doing things that you would not have done ever in your life right now to people, it's probably a red flag that you shouldn't be doing it. Just saying. I'm just saying. Like, probably a red flag to tone it down. Like, right? Just must have been super impressed. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we will, if Hank's going to call her or not. She's on the witness list, you know? So, Summer Street Bridge. Ooh. I know it's nice out. I have most of the windows open. I mean, that's big. That's what most people can't figure out how to do, though, Ellen. Is if you're a little wrong, you can say it. You know, I must have been wrong. Sorry, my bad. It's called audience capture. The insider man said they learn to restrict what they say based on who's donating. I won't do that. I won't do that. I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but I will not do that. It doesn't matter who's donating. What's truth is truth, and what's my opinion is my opinion. Like, this is what you get. Like, I just don't understand how so many people could fall for it. It really makes no sense to me. Like, oh yeah, that one. You solved the whole case, right? Like, speaking of which, there's something I wanted us to watch real quick. I'm going to take this down. The one that I had on the bottom here. Hold on. Oh, she is a cash cow for all these people. You are 100% right, Diana. Well, that's half the problem, is that there's not much attention paid to the very small amount of us that are actually willing to tell the truth. And so they go where they know that the most attention is going. Like, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do, you know? We can just do what we keep doing. Have a good day. All right. Yes, I'm going to put this. Whoop, whoop. Hold on. I want to do the end of Jen McCabe because it's important what she says. Because she really sort of hammers home to him. Hold on one second, guys. Give me 1 second. My little's asking for something. Her little legs couldn't reach something. All right. Let's see. I do believe in karma, DJ. I believe in it too. I do think that this time she'll be held accountable. Oh, South Station. Oh, you work on Sundays, Jack? Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. All right. While I'm pulling this, I'm going to pull it back a little bit because I just want to see a few minutes. I want to show you guys a few minutes. Some of you didn't see this. Most of you did, but some of you did not. So while I am doing that, can you do me a favor and hit the like button? The subscribe button. There's 433 of you. If all of you hit the like button, and we'd be rocking and rolling. Or the subscribe or the share button. If you can help donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We would very much appreciate it. We're just a small channel, so that's the only way we get by. Let's see. I think this is Hank's redirect. Yeah, this is Hank's redirect. We want to see the end thing that she gave to Jackson, which was quite funny. Okay, so it was before the break. Yep. These people's commentary there. Sometimes they just say stuff because they're audience, but all right, I think we're right around here-ish.
Grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
They didn't need to know his name.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you didn't
wanted help
say-
there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No.
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
Yeah, why didn't Aaron go in
And
to get
you
them?
also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't.
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was
He
calling.
wasn't clinging to
You
life.
were
He
calling
was already gone,
your
by the way.
sister on the phone.
They were trying to
I was
get a heartbeat. He
calling
was
them to
already
see
dead.
if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn
He's
of your
hard
house,
contradicting
and your
himself.
sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice. Correct?
Correct, she didn't.
So real quick, he's saying, why didn't you go in the house? Why didn't you go in the house and get the first responder? But then he's complaining that she called her sister, who's the wife of said first responder. What? It's not helping him. I'll tell you that much.
Didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take.
Ow for Jackson. That's a lose for Jackson there. He did not win that battle with Jen. The clapping had to have gotten to the jurors. That would have drove me absolutely freaking insane. Like, you don't know any one of those jurors. You don't know if they have PTSD. Especially clapping, it's very disrespectful. So it's like pointing in someone's face. Like, if you point in my face, you'd be lucky you get that finger back. Like, the jury watched all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, the jury watched all of that. Like, she did a phenomenal job under like a lot of really ignorant questioning. And it's funny because earlier on in the questioning, she says like there was nothing nefarious. And he's like, well, why would you use that word? Why would you use the word? She's like, because I feel like that's what you're implying. And he's like, well, why would I be implying something nefarious happened unless you think there's something nefarious? And she's like, no, I feel like. And then the next question, he literally implies something nefarious. And it's like, do you think that's lost on the jurors? That like you just said, like, I'm not implying anything nefarious, and then you right away imply something nefarious. Look at the judge. I mean, she doesn't look exhausted from like listening to that. Like, Judge Canoni, even like at the end of this, you have to know that like the judge, like at the very end of something, when it comes to like sentencing, is allowed to like go and give the person like a heavier sentence because of their actions, because of what they chose to do, and the responsibility that they chose not to take. And I think this is one of those cases where the judge could be like, Karen has taken no responsibility for what she did, not even the part that she admits to. And then she wants to blame everyone else. Like, that's not, come on now. Like, and the judge has every right at the end of it, if she's found guilty, to say, you know, I'm giving X amount of years because there's no remorse. There's no taking responsibility. I mean, the bottom line is she admits to driving drunk and she shouldn't have been and leaving. Like, that's already some of the charges. Like, why not plead to those charges? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, play it a few more seconds. Yeah, she's probably like, you can go now. Like, enough with the nonsense, you know? Like, so then we played earlier the clips that they played. Most of you saw them, most of you were here. There's another line of questioning around here-ish, right before this little break here. I want to watch real quick.
How long is it?
Hold on. It's right before this. So that's at 19. 3.
Who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life.
He's a liar.
Is that right?
He was
Yes.
gone.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene,
Yeah.
to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes
Yeah, you
after
do.
6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on
Jackson
the
did.
nose,
He
right?
collapsed.
I
What we just watched.
didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say
going to
this was
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No.
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
That was such a
Do you
good,
think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
hold on.
I don't
There
know.
was another one closer.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I don't remember my exact answer.
Early,
Yes.
it was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, 911 comes for everyone. Doesn't matter.
I
Safe to
assume.
say it
Giving
was
his
cold
name.
out.
Isn't
Yes.
going to
The
make them
blizzard
come
was
faster.
still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
Yeah,
Uh,
I want the facts.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
Exactly.
I have a faint memory. I think I did.
This
Yes.
is when she
And
went to
the three of
Lank's
you
house.
didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car.
For 10
according
seconds.
to you,
To get
correct?
back in the car. Yeah.
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house,
You can do
Sergeant
it,
Lank's
Jack.
house,
I know you can.
directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Like what?
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child
No,
off from
tell you
your
that.
house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
Like she rolled.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Like how
Didn't
this
go in the
happened?
house.
How'd
We
this
didn't go in the
happen?
house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
That's
Possible.
okay.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
I'm sorry, Diana.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows
My
to
bad.
Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
Never
Now
cracker.
your memory is refreshing.
My memory is not this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lanks.
3 years ago. Why would
Do you
she?
remember testifying a year ago?
Then he misleads her about what she testifies to and what she doesn't, and
Well,
doesn't want
let
to
me ask it
hand
this
it
way.
to her. So
Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
But again, he only gives her pieces of prior testimony, right? Pieces, not what's before, not what's after, not in the full context it's in, because he doesn't want her to have that. At one point, she says, "Well, this isn't all of it. What's the stuff that's before it and after it? Because this isn't all of it. This is just a piece of it, right?" Like, so, like, she calls him out on his bullshit, like literally. Also, I love when she says it's not going to refresh Amber. That's one of my favorites. But she's like, no, it's not, because it's not my report. That's another thing. Police reports aren't used as to impeach a witness as in the record, because it's not her report. It's hearsay. It's what the officer remembers and wrote down later on. It's his sort of summary of it, like in what he can remember. So he writes it sort of in his own words from what he can remember. Like, it is not exact words of what the person said. Like, sometimes they even like switch the person's names, like to attribute certain things to separate people. If there's more than one person, like, that's why it can't be used that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, so normally it's not used like that. And he tries to use improperly police reports to say, well, if this is what it says, would that be wrong? And she's like, yeah, because it's not my words. That is what that officer wrote in their report. That's not what I said. I know what I said, and what they chose to write is not what I said. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. Like, also, I'm going to give a big thank you to Erin for her $10 donation, and to Dougie on PayPal for his $20 donation. I appreciate you guys. I really, really do. It's been really slow for the channel. So, especially with trial, and I'm streaming twice as long during trial days. So I very much appreciate the support. We could definitely use it for sure. So if you want to be one of those people that can support the channel, you can do so in one of these ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you out of the country. And we also have a Apple Pay link that Free can put in the chat. We have an Apple Pay link, and the Revolut link is there too. Well, he can put it there. All right, let's play a little bit more of this. And then if I get any other ones, I'll read them after.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted. Mm-hmm. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying you did stop.
She just said that.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day
All of you, he
are
said.
foggy.
Yeah.
Certain things,
Carrie and Carrie
certain
would be. The
details
kids
I
weren't
may
there.
have forgotten.
All of
And
you.
all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described. To
Never
these
for him to
jurors.
take the fifth about them.
Correct.
He didn't.
There's
There's
certain
no
things
criminal
I'll never forget,
intent or
correct?
criminal conduct for him to take the fifth. It wouldn't make sense for him to do that. Yeah. He asked a lot.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not
Your answer.
remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I
memory.
don't remember at times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe
He's
residence?
doing that. This
5:12
isn't proper.
in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21
Isn't it true? That's
you
not.
arrived
No.
back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Exactly.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36, you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43, you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
We've already said this 72 times. Look at Karen. Run around.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
I'm about to shift
All
here.
right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes. We'll see you
So
again.
I have queued up over here the web sleuths thing. Do you guys want to see some of the web sleuthing? You guys tell me. It's up to you guys. Karen told reporters outside of court Friday the best thing to do at 6 a.m. was to get her first responder, John O'Keefe, and that was not Jen McCabe's priority. Isn't that literally what she just told the court and everyone else? Yeah, she called him a buffalo on a prairie. Like, what? I'm sorry, what? And that she expected to find him on the side of the road. But I have the web sleuth thing queued up a little if we want to watch some of that. It's up to you guys. Stacy said yes. You guys tell me. It's up to you. It's got the this doctor, LPA investigator, Dr. Laura Petler. And it says Karen reading more true crime. Some people directed me to it, but I'm not really sure how much of it is Karen and how much of it isn't. I guess I'll have to scroll a little bit of it and find out. So yeah, exactly. Jackie said it was good. A lot of people said it was good. So let's watch a little bit of it real quick and see what we can get for other people's opinion. I agree that if we get some neutral people who haven't heard of this case, that I am very, very confident that we will get guilties here in this case. A lump, a buffalo. I mean, that body. Yeah. Like, come on. All right. let me get this other one off the screen here. Let me queue up the one I have here. While I do that, if you guys want to hit the like button, subscribe button, is 428 of you. Be super helpful. Yep, a pervert. If you can donate to the channel, it would be very, very helpful. We definitely need all the help we can get. We are just a tiny little channel and we depend on donations to run our channel. So it's always super helpful. Because I read them. I don't read government names though. And I was asked the other day, someone wanted to know if my Venmo was locked. Yes, my friends list is locked. My donations are locked. So none of the cult can see them. If you choose to donate and are from the free Hear and Read side, they cannot see it. Nobody can. Only I can. So I got an email about that the other day. So yes, it is locked down. They cannot see it. Nobody can see my PayPal or my Cash App. I mean, my Venmo. I don't know about Cash App, but Venmo or Revout or Chime. Nobody can see those ones. Cash App, I think, is different, but the other ones, the only person who can see them is me. Let's see. This one. Yeah, she called him everything but his name, you know? Not only does she never talk about his family again, Monica, she tells John's sister-in-law, Erin, Paul's wife, that she's never going to see her again. Right after all this happens. Like, why would you make a weird-ass comment like that? Never going to see you again. That's a weird comment to make. Like, she sets the entire thing up. Like, most people should know that what she's saying is, you know, not truth. That's for sure. Like, yeah, we'll just have to remember the bad times. Who says that? And she said that to Aronoki too. Like, what? Like, that's a weird thing to say, you know? It's a very strange thing to say. All right, let's get some of this going. If I get any donations while this is playing, I'll read them when they're when it's done. Hold on a second.
Welcome to Web Sleuths YouTube Live. My name is Trisha Griffith, and behind me, of course, is the amazing Othram Tex Bug Nugget, the very first one. You can't see him. Right beside me, though, is Scrappy Joe, who is supposed to be a wiener dog, but he's more like a meatloaf. I'll maybe pick him up and show him a little bit later. Okay, here's the deal. We have the most amazing guest tonight, right, Stacy? I mean, we love her. It's Dr. Laura Petler, and I'm going to pull up something here. Just a second.
I bet you he is the first dog named Othram ever.
I'm sure he is.
Ever. Like literally the first.
Absolutely. No question.
You'd have to ask David.
Yeah, I can't imagine any other dog has ever been named Othie.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dr. Laura Petler, she is the founding member of LPA. That's it's an investigative and training and equipment company. And what they do is they are like the top of their field. Absolutely, no question. They recreate crime scenes. And what Dr. Petler does is absolutely amazing. She's been on here before. She also is an amazing musician, singer, songwriter. She has horses that she shows and rides. She does everything. I mean, I list what Dr. Petler does, and I feel like just a big garden slug sitting here all day on the computer going, what can I do? You know, I mean, it's just amazing. So anyway, Dr. Petler will be here in just a little bit, and we're going to talk more about the Karen Read case. I mean, the whole country is up in arms about this case. I'm going to go to NBC 10 in Boston right now and do an update. And we can't do the whole thing because it's too long. It's just too complicated. But on the stand again today, in the Karen Read trial, was the witness, Jennifer McCabe. And the defense, this is somebody that the defense is really trying to destroy.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, remind everybody, Karen Read is charged with killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, by hitting him with her car. And this is the second trial. The first trial ended in a mistrial. And I think this trial is going to end in not guilty or mistrial. I can't imagine she's going to be found guilty with all of the crap that has been brought up. But let me share this screen here really quickly.
I think the
And
doctor.
let's get a quick update
Right.
from Boston, actually NBC 10 in Boston. And they're doing a great job covering this case. Here we go.
No, they're not.
Various.
Jennifer McCabe
Maybe
cross-examined
it's
by
just because she
Karen
doesn't
Reed's
know because
defense.
she's not in here, but no, they're not.
Alan Jackson questions McCabe for hours.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
But did Jackson go too far?
It was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup.
Our legal expert weighs in. Plus, a juror from Reed's first trial
Well, that's
offers his
the guy.
take on McCabe's testimony.
I'm not denying it. I just don't remember.
That
What
guy,
he's saying
Bill
about her
Jur,
credibility.
has changed his
Canton
name.
Confidential. The
Changed
Karen
his
Reed murder
story a
trial
billion
starts
times.
now.
Said first in the first trial that they
Week 2
found
of
her very
testimony is in
credible.
the books, and it ended with some
Now he's
dramatic
changed
moments.
his,
Good evening, everyone. I'm JC Monahan.
opinion.
And I'm Glenn Jones. The drama came on the third and final day of Jennifer McCabe's testimony. 4 hours, Alan Jackson
I do
grilled
think she'll be
McCabe,
found guilty. I don't
who
agree
was
with
with Karen Reed when they found John O'Keefe in the snow, clinging to life. Melanie Mendez covering it all for us once again at Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham. Mel, how did things end today for McCabe on the stand?
Well, listen, Glenn, this was a long day and a heated one at that.
I agree,
Attorney
Tanya.
Alan Jackson combed through statements that
Yes,
she's previously
Brave.
made to law enforcement. He
Nominate
combed
the
through
trial juror.
testimony she's previously given in the
There's no
last trial
ties.
and at the grand jury,
Ridiculous.
pointing out alleged inconsistencies in her statements. This exchange you're about to see was regarding phone calls she made to her sister.
Right, Amber?
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister,
He's
correct?
changing his
There's
story
nothing
You know, find it
nefarious. I
because of that.
remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
See?
is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be.
He is.
That exchange setting the tone for what would be Jennifer McCabe's third and most
Tourism, though.
heated day
I
on the
agree with
stand. Alan Jackson asking her about calls that were made to John O'Keefe from her phone, she referred to as butt
You're
dials.
also not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
Not
And
according
we
to
only
her.
know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
They do.
Jackson focusing on a
that's
key
true.
piece of evidence, McCabe's Google search, Hostlong to die in cold. Prosecutors say the search happened at 6 a.m. The defense says it happened at 2:27 a.m., hours
don't.
before his body was found.
You knew that that Google search for Hostlong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 2:27.
Perhaps the most intense moment of the day coming when Jackson asked her about the moments after John's body was found in the front lawn of 34 Fairview, the home of her sister and brother-in-law, a former police officer and trained first responder. McCabe never went inside to get him to help with O'Keefe.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious,
clinging to life.
precious minutes and seconds.
He was already
Is that
gone.
right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people.
Isn't that
in
funny? They
kind
don't
of
play
distress.
Hank's part.
Hammering
You know
McCabe
what
on
I'm
why
saying?
she never went in and why she wasn't at all concerned about
not
the safety of her
salacious.
family inside.
That's why I
Did you
say
think to
Channel
go
10 is
inside
doing
the
a
house and
garbage
check
show.
that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
Bingo.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody
There's
is
a
coming
keep
out
clapping
to the
again.
chaos of Karen Reed screaming.
So improper.
You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight.
Boom.
She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
Sounds like an idiot.
So the jury will be back here for a full day of testimony on Monday. Glenn and JC.
So, Melody, as your piece revealed, things got pretty dramatic toward the end of that cross-examination. And we've been talking about how the demeanor of McCabe was very kind of even. Did she stay there throughout the 3 days?
Me too, Scorpio, because it's
Listen,
disingenuous.
Glenn, she stood her ground on her testimony, and what she says is her truth. And
disingenuous.
it was interesting to note that she said, as far as these alleged inconsistencies, she experienced trauma. So yes, it is hard for her to remember. She says exact statements or exact words she used when speaking to all of these different law enforcement officers and giving all of this testimony that she has over the last 3 years. Back to you.
Melody, thank you. We did see Karen Reed address the media soon after court ended this afternoon.
And she once again criticized Jennifer McCabe's
Shock.
testimony on the stand.
She criticizes Jen. Shock. Oh, you guys shut it off there? Oh, got it.
Okay, everyone, that's from NBC 10 in Boston.
Yeah, they do.
And let me, I'm going to put the link in chat so you can watch the rest of it later.
Don't.
Sorry, Scrappy
Not
Joe is
good.
now
Yeah,
starting to
okay.
lose his mind, of course. As you know, pets run.
Not from them
this
or the
live
media,
stream.
because it's not
It's not true
salacious,
crime.
Jennifer. It's not
It's my
salacious to
pets.
say that
Here we go.
he's debunking a ridiculous theory and they're losing, you know?
And they'll resume on Monday. And it was very, very contentious in court today. And again, the country is just losing their minds over this case. You go and you watch the live stream of the court of the trial. What was it? I think it was, excuse me, Court TV had like 40,000 people.
Can't hear you.
Had like 40,000 people or 30. There was one of them that had such an unbelievable amount of people in their chat. And that's just one. There's Law and Crime, you know, all the other YouTubers. It is just crazy. But I want to bring somebody on our platform right now. Dr. Laura Petler. Dr. Petler, how are you doing tonight?
Yep, doing very well, Trisha. Thank you for having me.
I am so excited to have you here. You know, I'm so sorry. I've got a colony of frogs in my throat. Hold on just a moment.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I gave a very brief explanation of LPA investigations. Tell us about what it is you do and about you. I mean, you're so amazing. Stacey and I were talking about how we read your list of accomplishments and we sit there and we go, damn, what have we done? So
I appreciate that so much, Trisha. Thank you. My name is Dr. Laura Petler. I'm a forensic criminologist, and I own Laura Petler and Associates Death Investigations, and we are a decedent-centered or victim-centered death investigation firm that focuses on solving staged cases that are made look like suicides, accidents, other types of homicides, missing persons. We use a method called the murder room that I invented, and we carry a 98% solve rate with the murder room because it is a scientific, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary method that is flexible where it needs to be, but also static where it needs to be so that we can get to the right answer. And at the end of the murder room process, we are able to solve for the manner of death. And our policy, Trisha, at LPA is that we have to have 70% or more of the evidence to support a manner of death if we're going to make that ruling, which is important when it comes to staged cases, because a lot of times the reason it's coming to us is because there was a hasty decision made where somebody ruled the death a suicide or an accident or something like that at the scene, as opposed to going through a scientific process to actually test what was allegedly the situation of how the person died. So we make sure that if we're going to render an opinion on a manner of death and basically subscribe to one of the five, that we have at least 70% of the evidence that actually backs that up and substantiates that, which is not the industry standard.
And you are the one that came
Agreed,
up
MJ.
with this way of investigating and getting the evidence together. You're the one that came up with the murder room. I have a video here, and I apologize. I meant to ask you about it before we came on, but it's from 7 years ago, and it's called the murder room. And is that something that would be current enough to play? I think it's just you describing it.
Yeah, it's just a description of it. Sure.
Okay, let's play this because I think this shows some things too. So the last time we had you on, it's been a while, but the last time we had you on, I believe we had. like we showed the actual murder room and how it worked, and it's just amazing. It really is. So
Thank you very much.
let's show this here. Here we go, everybody.
He argues with himself and talks to himself on his various talk accounts.
My
too,
name
and
is
we know
Dr.
this.
Laura Petler. I'm a forensic criminologist.
Perfect.
Forensic criminology brings a lot to the table for working cold cases because I examine both the physical and the behavioral evidence in every case. So I understand both the offender and the victim. A lot of times in power-based murders, we see a lot of pummeling to the face. The more threat to the ego that we see against the offender, the more injury we have to the victim. The murder room is where we bring cold cases back to life. When I look at the bloodstains and I begin to interpret them, they have been lying there dormant, waiting for somebody who speaks their language. So they found the blood on the bed, but they didn't necessarily know if this is actually where they were killed. Is that right? We are the best at what we do. We make the unsolvable solvable, and we make a real difference. Stand up. Do something. Don't just expect everyone else to do it. That's not going to happen.
That's all he does is spend 24/7 online, Insider Man. And we know this from people who have been with him. Like, that's literally what he does 24/7. And if, like, whether it's from his firm or at home, 20.
Anyway, and you've presented at CrimeCon, I believe, with this, and it's amazing what you are able.
Presented all over the world.
Right.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a method that's adopted by a lot of different people in different places in the world to use for solving mostly staged murders, but you can use it to solve other types of murder. But it also, not only does it tell you if a case is a staged murder, but it also tells you if it's not, which is very, very important because there are cases that you and I both are aware of, Trisha, that are not murders, that when we put them through the murder room, it shows that it's not a murder, that it is a suicide, or it is an accident, or it is a natural. It's something other than homicide. And it helps to clear up a lot of the confusion in the public for testing theories, because as you know, a lot of times people that don't know what they're talking about get on shows or just even social media and they start throwing theories out there, throwing ideas out there for how something might have happened with no basis, no scientific basis, no factual basis at all. And a lot of times it makes those cases more difficult to investigate and more difficult to solve. But when you test all those different theories using a method like the murder room, it usually clears it all up and there's no ambiguity about the manner of death or really how it happened. We may not be able to get a case down to just one suspect, but most of the time we can get it down to one.
I played it earlier, Susie.
We've only been able to get it down to 3, which accounts for the 2% that we haven't been able to solve. However, recently there was a case I did about 10 years ago that I did get it down to 3 suspects, and I ranked them like 1, 2, and 3. Like this one was the most likely, second most likely, third most likely. And a few months ago, I got a call from one of the detectives, and he said, "Hey, I just want to let you know we made an arrest in that case." And I was like, "Oh, wow. Who did it turn out to be?" And he said, "Well, we actually arrested your number 1 and your number 2.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Wow. Yeah. And so that was interesting. They're both charged with first-degree murder. And I could not figure out which one was the shooter. And so I could narrow it. They had about 30 suspects. So we were able to eliminate at least, 27 of them. But we could not get that 3 down to where probable cause, like where they had legal authority to be able to draw their warrants. So it sat for 10 years. And then finally somebody, which is like in a lot of cold cases that don't, have DNA or a smoking gun or something, they had somebody come forward that wanted to make a
Good
deal
job, Jesse.
on another
Thank you.
charge, and
Mhm.
basically gave them up and said, this is how it happened. This is who did it.
Wow.
So the murder room is a great method to use for all kinds of different cases.
All
I'm
39
in the
babies,
process
really.
right now
All of them.
of using it to analyze Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. So I don't have any final results on it yet. But
Okay.
as you know, we're in the middle of the second trial. So
Right.
that's
Well,
where I'm at with it now.
Well, and I'm so grateful that you're doing that because, Dr. Pettler, I've never seen anything like this. I thought the John Benet Ramsey case was, you know, just full of tons of crap that meant nothing. And
Yes.
it was just, you know, you and I have talked about that. It's
Yes.
it is not a hard case to solve,
No.
but because of
The
certain
white
people,
noise and yes.
it's in the white noise and all of that in the media, it has become this gigantic, oh my gosh, there's so much evidence for the intruder.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
It's insanity.
Yeah, it is. It is. I tried to go deep into the Karen Reed case for this second trial. I didn't the first trial because there was so much drama.
Noise.
People, you couldn't say anything without getting attacked. It was nuts.
You can't.
And I thought, I don't need it. There's other cases that we can feature, missing persons whose families want our help. You know, we can do things. But I thought, okay, for the
No, I'm
second
sure
trial, I'm
they
going to get
were.
into it. For the life of
Still
me,
afraid.
I am just
I refuse to be that person.
befuddled by
Refuse.
everything
refuse.
that's going on.
Outright refuse.
You know, today, finally, this woman gets, I think today was her last day.
It was.
Yeah. Jennifer
McCabe.
and I don't even know what to say. They had Carrie on, her other person, last week, and
It's not a hard case to solve at all. Timeline.
Carrie said, and this just keeps playing in my mind. I can't get it out of my head. She went on the witness stand and told the grand jury that she heard Karen Reed tell Jennifer
That's not
to ask her to do that Google search for hypothermia.
It's not
right.
And then she got on the stand this time and said, "Oh, I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, because it's
I
the
didn't
way they
say
use
that.
the word heard. That's why. And you
Jennifer
just
told
say,
me I didn't hear it." And I'm like, "What? How could you misunderstand that question? How
Because
could you
it's the way
say
they
something
use the
that
word
damning
heard, Trisha.
to the
That's
grand jury and then turn around and come out and say this?" Honest to God, I have no idea if Karen Reed is guilty or not. I can't figure it out.
She's guilty.
Now, I know,
Can't
like you
figure it
said,
out.
you're in
Not
the
hard.
process of
Confused.
working on it.
It's not a hard case to
Can
solve.
you just give us something
I don't think she
that we
wants
can
to
hold
say
on
it.
to,
That's what I feel
something
like.
that is
Holding it back.
that you've worked on,
Say.
that you've maybe found out about, or just what you can describe up to this point? Are you able to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think it's important to start with people and looking at the culture of their community.
Agreed.
And recognizing that they all, they live in an area that is relatively or extremely cold sometimes and does have snow. So like where that would be paralyzing in North
Right.
Carolina,
For here.
where
Oh,
I live,
absolutely. Yeah.
or
Right.
even here in Los Angeles, where I am now. In Massachusetts,
Every
it's
day
not
here.
paralyzing. So for like people to be out driving around in it, that's
Normal.
normal to them.
Exactly. They know how to drive in it. They've done it
Right.
their whole lives. Right.
So that's one of the most important things, is to look at the culture. And that's just one of the aspects of the culture. It's a winter, cold place in the winter time. And so for them to be outside
You gotta
is
follow
kind
what
of
it means to
normal,
know.
to them.
I think she's holding
So
back.
that's one of the things that's
doesn't
important.
wanna say
One of the
certain
other things that's important to recognize is how people talk differently from place to place throughout the country. And we have different dialects of American English where, places where
Yeah,
New
full day,
York
Jen.
has a
Full day,
specific
all week.
accent and specific types of words, and
week.
Texas the same way, and LA the same way, Montana the same way, Miami the same way, Charleston, South Carolina the same way, Charlotte. And so like there's all these different dialects of American English. And then there's also so many different accents throughout the country, and different words that people use in different locations that don't make any sense somewhere else. For example, the word where I grew up, in Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, north of Pittsburgh, if we were talking about toboggan, we were talking about a sled.
We call it
and that you would use to go down a hill in the wintertime.
Right.
But in North Carolina, where I live and have lived almost like 20 some years now, toboggan means a knit hat.
I'm sorry, it means a what?
It's like a knit hat, like a winter hat. You put on your head.
Really?
Yeah.
It's that different? I've never heard that. Wow.
So they call it a toboggan, and that's the word that they use for hat. And that's just one example of something like so extreme like that, where the word toboggan means sled up north, and the word toboggan in the south means hat. And so you have to take those types of things into consideration when you're watching a witness testify, because wherever you are and how you grew up and what your experiences are play a role in the lens that you see that witness through. And one of the things that's of course going on right now is everyone analyzing not only her language, but also her body language.
Yes.
And, is she authentic? Is she telling the truth? What can you tell from her body language? And the body language, you have to take in context with the culture, because everybody has, like, the way that they speak in Pittsburgh, they might use their hands and their body differently than they do in North Carolina. And I because I travel all over the place and I work with people from all over the world.
Exactly.
It's very, very clear
Everyone
to
has
me
a
all the
baseline.
time, because I see so many different people. And
get to the point, lady.
It's one of those things that you have to like build a foundation for yourself to understand the psychology of other people. And then of course you get to the aspect of trauma and shock and traumatic events and emotional stress, like severe emotional stress. And I know that the defense has presented their opinion and their idea of that this is
Jackson did
an attack by a dog or some other type of an assault versus consistent with a pedestrian hit. And in doing that, they have,
I get that,
the people that they're accusing are then put on the defensive, because they're basically saying, no, we didn't do any of these things. But the defense is trying to argue that they did do those things.
Right.
And so it's one of those things where, what kind of body language do you expect from a person who is on the witness stand, face to face, locking eyeballs with an attorney, having been interviewed many, many times? And in statement analysis, if somebody gives you the same statement the exact same way every single time, that is more suspicious to us as being potentially deceptive than it is to have a little bit of a different story. Not so far that they depart from the actual evidence itself, but just to where, like, if I asked you, what were you doing on January 6th at 2:30? Do you know?
No.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
And so honest people don't know.
Right.
They don't know. I mean, they might be able to say, well, 2:30 I'd have been at work.
Right, but that's about it.
But what was I doing?
What was I doing? Right. Oh, that
know?
makes perfect sense. Right.
Yes. And so you don't expect them to repeat the same thing over and over again. Not to mention the way that the defense, anytime you have a cross-examination, their job is to come in and kind of attack the issues that they want to discredit, or use that witness however they see is best for their client, and then get out. And that's not what we're seeing in the second trial. We're seeing these long, drug out examinations of these witnesses that, especially now Jen McCabe, but, like you were mentioning about Carrie Roberts before. So you have to take into consideration the culture, the body language of the culture, the dialect of the culture, the institutions of the culture, the values of the culture, the traditions, and all these different things. Of course, the weather, and all these different things that play a role, not only in the way that we all perceive these witnesses, but how they are perceived to each other in the courtroom. So it's like, I think it's going to be really interesting to see to learn at the end how the jury perceive these witnesses, because I think people around the country are making comments, and I've heard experts and lawyers for days, and they all have different opinions about the body language and about who won the cross-examination or the questioning of the witness, the examination of the witness. And there's things that strike me about the witnesses, and I try to look at it through more of an objective lens, where I kind of remove myself and like my culture from that, so that I'm looking at it more objectively through an educational type strategic lens.
That's what I do.
And language experts, linguistics experts, communication experts, and then you have to take in what's normal for that person to say. Like, there are words that you say, Trisha, that I might not use.
Right, exactly.
And there's words that I use that you might not use. So like, we don't know how these people actually speak and talk to compare it to what they look like in the courtroom.
Right.
What people look like when they're lying and when they're not lying. And I think that in general, it's, unless you are really, really pathological, it's hard to lie. And especially it would be hard to perjure yourself in a court of law where you're under oath.
Right.
And I think the anger that Karen Reed gets, I think, is very interesting in contrast with Jen McCabe's presentation of herself in this trial versus the first trial.
So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so like, as far as the staging elements go, we use Pettler's staging taxonomy, which is part of the murder room method. And I actually taught a webinar on Karen Reed's case last week. And I was explaining that there's 3 categories of behaviors. There's linguistic, there's visual, and there's gestural behaviors in Pettler's staging taxonomy. And she's ticking in the linguistics area and in the gestural area, but we don't have anything in the visual. It's very possible, in my opinion, and I'm not a DWI expert, but that maybe if she did hit him with her car, she didn't know it. Or she didn't remember it because of the alcohol influence at that time where it would have happened. So I think that I actually don't think it's a complicated case. I think it's been made complicated.
Yep.
And when you boil it down and you do consider the law enforcement's ability to properly do things, I can tell you just from being out there in the field myself for all these years, sometimes you do have to improvise because you're going to lose the evidence if you don't improvise.
Right. Sure.
And
Absolutely.
They did that. They tried. They tried, but they definitely don't have experience in homicide to have been investigating it. And then, of course, you have the state trooper who was dismissed for misconduct.
That was terrible.
And it appears that he was he did make some bad decisions, and he definitely said things he shouldn't have said, and he was fired accordingly. And so I don't know that piece of it, but when you look at the science of it, there's a lot of things that are consistent with some type of a vehicle strike or some type of an accident.
Yep.
It's more consistent with accident than it is with anything else, because especially when you look at the wound pattern analysis on the body, especially the arm, the wound patterns, if you're talking about a dog attack, as you know, Trish, I have 12 dogs.
Yes, you are an animal person. I can attest to that.
Yes, 12 dogs. We have an entire herd of horses. I don't know if you know, but we started the Lancaster County Coroner's Office mounted response unit, of which I am the deputy coroner
Oh,
commander.
wow. Congratulations. That's
Thank you very
wonderful.
much. It started in January, so we have 8 sworn deputy coroner search horses that also live on my farm. So
Mhm.
animals, I know animals very well, and I've been bitten by plenty of my own dogs.
Mm-hmm.
The dog bites are crushing injuries. They're
Mm-hmm.
crushing, and these are a different type of injury to me on his arm. And I'm not a pathologist, but I've done this 23 years.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, they don't look consistent with dog injuries. And I've seen lots of dog injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I've
And
had them myself.
what would they look consistent with? To me, they
Well,
don't look like
the dog jaw is a crushing
right.
type, and so these wounds on his arms are more striated, there's striations down
And
the arm.
and so the dog paws couldn't have done that. It was too deep.
They possibly could, especially on a big dog. We have
Mhm.
Great Pyrenees,
Mhm.
and they're like 100 and.
Oh, they're huge. Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, I'm 5'4", and when Ghost goes to hug me,
5 minutes.
he stands up. His
Okay.
face and my face are at the same height, and his
Not long.
legs are on my, his front legs are on my
Mhm.
shoulders, and we're looking nose to nose.
Right.
He's enormous, and therefore his paws are enormous. His claws are enormous.
Not
Mhm.
So could a big dog kind of create those types of injuries? It could be, but it looks like contact with a rough surface or something like that to me.
Bingo.
Also the shoe being off, and different things. But one of the things that I continue to say over and over again about this case is there is some piece that we are missing, that
Mhm.
is missing from the middle, and I don't know what it is. Like the rest of the country, maybe.
Do you think it's something that the prosecution is going to bring up, or is it just something we don't know because nobody's telling us?
When it comes to murder, or when it comes to death, unless
Mhm.
you are a witness to
You're not going to have all the
that
answers.
actual incident, we never
I have a
know the
husky too.
entire
German
story.
Shepherd and a husky my
Mhm.
daughter has.
Because there are holes in every single murder case that's ever brought to trial, that's ever been solved. In my own cases, you are never going to ever have a perfect investigation by anyone, even by LPA.
Right. Right.
And as you know, like we are an award-winning firm for
Mhm.
what we do.
God, she said award-winning.
Yes, you're the
But
top.
But that does not mean we're perfect either.
Mm-hmm.
And, to hold anyone to that standard of being perfect in an investigation is just very unrealistic. So I think in combination with all the hundreds and hundreds of cases that I have seen and worked on over the years, to me, there is something missing from the time they pulled into the driveway and
the ring cam deleted
when she backed up, or
Delete
when
it.
he landed there in the yard. I think that the digital evidence is extremely telling,
Mhm.
and how we saw that coming out of the gate. They brought that up in the beginning.
Right at the beginning. Right.
And like the 36 steps, and how he went from walking around the car to just in front of the flagpole. He never went in the house, but he was
agree.
walking in
Red
the
Sky.
direction. All
Agreed.
of those things, I think the digital evidence to me is one of the strongest pieces of evidence in this case right now, this early, and we're in day 8.
Right. We have a long way to go. You're right.
A long way.
We talk about white noise, and that's what I'm having a problem with as just
noise.
A casual observer, not anything like you. But it's like everything is, I said the other night, it's not like they're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what it will stick. It's like they're throwing big, huge mud pies against the wall to see what will splatter and go in every direction. The prosecution, you talk about, how people say things and interpret things. Well, they showed that little teeny clip of Karen Reed. It sounded like she was making fun of John O'Keefe's mother.
She was.
From the, it was, I think from the documentary, and she was imitating her, imitating what she said.
But she
You know, he
didn't
got
say
hit
it.
by a car, he got hit by a car, and she was imitating her. And I thought, was she doing that to be mean, or was she just recreating the scene? The prosecution is saying, she's such a horrible person. This is what she was doing.
Yeah.
Again, there's so much stuff like that
I agree.
It's upsetting to me, because it's like I can't sift through it all to see the actual
See how
facts.
upsetting it is when you live
So
it.
with Jen McCabe, the defense was really rough on her.
I'm confused.
And I thought she stood up fairly well. She fought back, she fought back. But as somebody pointed out in chat, and I think it was Candy Williams, said that, Jen is the one who said that, Karen said, I hit him.
No, it wasn't just her.
Could she have been saying something else? Like, did I hit him? What happened? Did somebody hit him? Is that a possibility? I mean, what do you think?
All of it is. And I also think that, the whole idea, one of the things I would do is I would put somebody up, that talks about memory and trauma and repression, and how people that have PTSD remember things, and people that are in shock, how that affects their amnesia status, whether it's generalized amnesia or retrograde amnesia or anterograde amnesia or any of the other kinds, where you remember something later on, like, oh my God, I just remembered that this happened. And that is real. That's real. And so for them to not remember every single thing that happened during the event and then recall it later, that is normal for traumatic experience in human beings.
Right. And so when the defense is saying, oh, now I'm paraphrasing, now you're remembering it, but you didn't remember it before.
Right.
You're saying that's normal in trauma.
It is.
Yeah. When you're looking at the psychology of the witnesses and what was happening.
He's still remembering things.
If they,
over 20 years later.
Obviously I do not buy into the dog theory. I do not buy into the assault in the house theory. There's zero evidence, no basis for any evidence whatsoever, including the federal investigation that found no evidence that John O'Keefe ever went into the house.
No.
Right.
So you have to take that into consideration when you're thinking about this hoax that they have tried to create. And it is literally, in my opinion, white noise, because they don't have anything.
Right.
They don't have facts on their side. They don't have the law on their side. She's charged with leaving the accident scene. She's charged with vehicular homicide. That means the law is not on her side. Do I think they'll get a murder 2 conviction? No, I don't. I don't think so. I don't think there's
in this state,
anything that's I don't know that she remembers hitting him.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know that
she was DUIing in the snow at night.
She actually intended to hit him, and those are all, I don't know what their actual statute says, Trisha, like, you know what I mean, like the actual elements that they have to all prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But just in general, in homicide, there's always like, is it malice or is there no malice, or is there criminal intent or no criminal intent when you get to the manslaughter? But her blood alcohol level is estimated to be so off the chart high.
It's really high, right?
No intent required in Massachusetts.
One of the things, and this is what I told Bill Hemmer a couple weeks ago on Fox. He was asking me, what does this look like to you? And I'll tell you the truth. It just looks like a straight up domestic violence incident to me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because of the text messages and the arguing and
yes. And because you've heard me say this a million times. You can always trace a DV homicide. Usually you can trace it back within the last 30 days. And when you go back 30 days on them, they're in Aruba.
They're in Aruba, right?
And he is allegedly kissing Laura Sullivan's sister or something like that
at night.
And then
a reasonable person would know not to do that. And it could
their relationship is falling apart. And there's plenty of evidence for that 30-day period through January that they're not emotionally connected. They're not getting along. The relationship is on the outs.
No one has needed in mass.
I think the psychology of Karen Reed is coming out.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of it is negative for
Nope.
her
Did not intend.
behavioral traits and her personality traits and the drinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we'll see more of that. And to me, this looks like a domestic incident.
And I can imagine the blowback you'll be getting
Yep.
when
Oh, so
you
she
say
already
these
knows.
things, because
She already knows.
the vast majority of people that I've been able just to
That's my point.
take the temperature of
No offense. to
all
this
say
lady,
that
but
she's being set up. It's a majority. In fact, this is a question.
Loud
Thank you,
minority.
Amy Lou says, what about the FBI investigation?
It's over.
Did it show
Shows
that
nothing.
was
Over.
the FBI investigation? Did it show that JOK was not hit by a car?
No.
The FBI, I'm not sure.
No.
I think
What are
that's
you
what Amy
talking
Lou is
about?
asking. I'm not
False
sure.
information
What
there.
did the FBI investigation show? Didn't weren't they the ones that hired the?
They were showing that there's no evidence
That
in
anybody did anything.
that there was any kind of tampering with the case to try to set her up.
Yep.
Okay.
And I don't know the exact details, but if you Google it, maybe there was the reason that one of the
Reversing
reasons
at
the
24
judge
miles an hour
said
is
you
not
may
an
not
accident.
discuss this in opening statements is because of the findings of the federal investigation that
Mhm.
investigated the police department in relation to setting her up. It's not about
Bingo.
like Brian McCabe and those people. It's about the police
Albert.
department because the defense is alleging that law enforcement, EMS, and everyone else under the sun set her up.
Right. Yes, they are. You're right.
Yeah, it
That's
And
quite a conspiracy.
it really is. And you and I have both walked the line of somebody that had that dreamt up that kind of conspiracy.
Oh
before.
boy, yes, absolutely.
And all of the moving pieces that these kind of people can create.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a scientist.
for
I'm
45%
relying
acceleration
on
in
the
reverse.
evidence that I have, and I'm putting it in context of the psychology. And
Right.
that is what we were
Not that
missing
hard
in
to
the
figure
first
out.
trial.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we're seeing more of it in this trial. But, you know, do I know if she is guilty or innocent
Oh,
at
come
this
on, lady.
point?
You
I
just
do
told
not.
us that she's.
Mhm.
But what I'm seeing so far, well, I'm in stage 4 of 6 stages of the murder room. So I don't draw conclusions.
Right.
But, you know, your question to me was,
just
what
did.
can you see so far?
Mm-hmm.
What I can see so far is no evidence of collusion to have killed John O'Keefe, digital evidence that supports the witness statements that he never came in the house.
Mm-hmm.
The digital evidence supports that.
Right. And
So
that's
you are starting to see evidence that
Too late
supports the witness
add any
statements that
extra.
are corroborating those things. And right now, the defense, they're allowed to talk about the hoax that they've created, in my opinion,
mm-hmm.
if they can support it with evidence, is basically what the judge
Is that
her ruling was.
right?
And so that's what they're doing. They're explaining, they're taking like what we saw where
I've
it
looked
said
it, so I saw it
she's
that
telling
way
him
too.
everything.
And
Like
she's
we
telling
saw all
him.
the stuff with the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I could imagine myself saying something like, "Oh
They're
yeah,
not ignoring you.
they're talking to somebody right now, and
I would
you know,
never
they're
ignore
telling
you.
them everything."
You know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if I'm saying something like that, to me, that means they're telling them everything they know. And what Jen McCabe was saying, meant was Carrie Roberts apparently had very strong opinions about Karen Reed's
They did.
behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And she was relaying the way she felt or about Karen Reed to the police.
Got it.
And
Okay.
so that's why Jen McCabe said that's why I was saying she's telling them everything, because she was telling them how she felt about, I guess she didn't hold back is the
Right.
way that I took it. And again, the body language experts, they'll take Jen McCabe's behavior and they'll break it down to every blink and every purse of the lips and every lick of the lips and every hair toss and everything else. I mean, you know, you'll get you'll get so many different opinions. Everybody's going to have a different
Right.
opinion. And
Me too.
you know, people just, I respect other people's opinions. I respect yours. I don't have anything to argue about with anybody about this. I have to go where the evidence leads, and I don't
Absolutely.
have any evidence of Johnny Keith in the house.
That's right.
And that's a huge part of this case. Huge. He didn't go in the house. That means he was out there, and whatever happened to him outside.
Right.
So
Whether it was Karen Reed or somebody else.
exactly.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if she hit him or not.
Yes, you
but
do.
it has a lot
Based
of
on the
earmarks
evidence.
of a
Yes,
domestic
yes, you
dispute.
Mm-hmm.
She admits they're arguing.
Right.
They've been arguing for the past month. She spent 2 weeks talking to Brian Higgins by text,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and kissed him.
Right.
You know, it looked like John might have been, you know, not really focused on her by the text messages she was sending him. Like when she said, you know, your head's been out of the game
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah, focus on
this
the
was a relationship that was strained. And when you have a relationship that becomes strained and it's unhealthy in some way, and then there's alcohol involved. I mean, I have seen hundreds of cases like this over the
Mm-hmm.
years.
Right. Well, we have cyber sleuth Steph says, no, ARCA/FBI
No.
said damage to the vehicle and damage to John did not align
No.
with a motor vehicle accident. See, this is where you get the,
I did, Jesse.
you know,
I'm about to get to that
who
in a
said
second.
what.
Right.
And you're saying they did say that? I again.
No, they
no.
were saying that I was saying that the
Too late.
federal investigation
Unfortunately.
investigated the
Too late.
police
Trial's already
department.
started.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And their investigation was into the police department. Was there any like wrongdoing to frame
Mhm.
Karen Reed done by the law enforcement agency?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what the ARCA people or
Yes, you do. You saw the
anybody
trial
is saying
one.
about
So,
do the
I'm
injuries
not-
align with a pedestrian strike or not. I don't
Mhm.
know that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it from what I understand, it was
I'm going to stop that there because I mean, a lot of what she's saying makes sense, but also I feel like she's pandering to this audience at this point because she just said that she watched trial one. She most certainly knows what ARCA said in trial one. So, you know, most of what she's saying makes sense, but she's stopping short of saying like the witnesses had nothing to do with this. Is very clear. Like Karen hit John. To say that you know that John didn't go in the house, but to say you don't know if Karen's guilty or not, stop it. Like, you know the car data. You watched the first trial. You said that, right? You've watched now going up to the second trial. So you know that it's not an accident. Your car goes in reverse at 24 miles an hour at 75% acceleration. That's not an accident. Whether you're so drunk that you can't remember or not is completely irrelevant. Massachusetts does not require to prove intent for murder 2, depraved heart. That is what she's being charged with, the C-prong on murder 2. It does not require intent. So many people get this wrong. And so many people spew this, well, there's no intent, so I don't think they can prove that. In the state of Massachusetts, where I live, where this case is being tried, you do not need intent to prove murder 2. Just that a reasonable person should have known that driving at night while intoxicated could cause reasonable harm or death, which Karen would have known. If you're DUIing, you could kill someone. Okay. That's not rocket science. Like, that's not an accident. You don't back up at 24 miles an hour with an accident. Whether you remember or not is fucking irrelevant. You clearly were not being careful when you decided to get in the car and drive with that much alcohol in your system and then back up at 24 miles an hour. That is murder 2. That's proving murder 2 right there. You know, the pandering gets to me. Like, the pandering to the audience gets me, which very clearly this woman here, I don't know anything about this channel, but this woman, Trisha here, very clearly, she makes that comment to the doctor. Well, you know, aren't you afraid to say that? Or something along the lines of, aren't you afraid to say that? Shouldn't you be afraid to say that? Whatever. Like, because most people, no, it's not most people. It's like 72 sock accounts from like 10 people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. Like, we're having trouble streaming on X, Twitter. This may be an issue on X's end. Oh, great. Wonderful. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's saying it's having a hard time streaming on X. So if you guys are having a problem watching on X, you're going to have to pop over here to YouTube. I don't know what the issue is. Just popped up a thing for me. I did hear something, and there were about 10 people outside of D&E. So we can now safely say that there were some minions outside of D&E. Apparently they decided that that would be a good space of their time to go down to D&E after the sewer turtle made his, that's not going to help him. That's really going to hurt him. That's going to go to the court. It's going to get sent to the court. The judge is probably not going to be too happy. He made his rant and then people went down. It's just another instance of people doing shit right after he says shit like that, that makes him dangerous. So I wouldn't be shocked if the judge revokes his bail very soon. So unfortunately, Diana, it is too late. Cannot add an expert at this time, at this, in this game. Maybe he might be able to work one in with this new ARCA stuff, but it would be very tricky to try to do that. But I do think that at this point, they're starting to pander to the audience, asking questions like, well, didn't the FBI prove that John wasn't hit? No, the FBI did not prove that. I don't know, because people get mixed up because FBI hired ARCA. They say, well, the FBI decided. No, the FBI did not. The FBI investigation is over, and the FBI found no collusion and no corruption. That's what they found. The only one they weren't investigating was Karen herself. They actually cleared all the witnesses and then were able to let the witnesses' attorneys say that in open court. So these people need to catch themselves up on what's going on, especially if you're investigating a case like this doctor claims. You might want to have all the information. I'm a little put off that she's saying certain things, which either to me means you don't have all the information or you're pandering to the current audience, which I want to be very clear here on my channel. Okay. That even if it's not the popular opinion, I am going to say it if it is the truth. And you know what? If I lose subs, so be it. I will never pander to an audience. That is not who I am. Anybody who knows me in real life knows this. I am not one to pander. I am never going to pander to what an audience thinks versus what I think. I'm going to give you my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. And we can say, okay, I agree to disagree. And I'll listen to all your opinions and I'll read them. And we can all still watch together. But I am never going to pander to an audience because I'm afraid. Never going to happen. Especially from a cult mob like that. Hell no. And I think people really need to start getting some backbones if you're going to have channels like this, because you are a public figure at that point. You are putting information out to the public. So you better have at least researched a little before you start talking about something. Otherwise, you could be putting out misinformation. And I've learned real early on that can be very dangerous. And I think many more people need to be way more careful about the information that they're putting out there. Like, tragedy vulture. I just don't understand what she's doing. To me, it seems like she's very much pandering and going with whatever the crowd wants. And to me, that's disingenuous if you clearly know that that's not the case, no. I've seen crash victims get up and walk away and not have a single injury. So it's you cannot compare one to the other. That's not a thing. Oh, yeah, Dr. Wolf must be, because that cross-examination is going to be frigging amazing. It's going to completely make them lose all credibility. And Dr. Renchley can just thank Dr. Wolf for that. She's writing a book. So many people have been like, you need to write a book. You need to write a book. And I said, you know what? If I write a book, it is not going to be about the case itself. What my book would be about is about all of the noise in the background that has hurt so many people and the victims' stories. The shit the victims had to go through and why and what caused all of it. Because I happen to be one of those victims, and people seem to forget that we exist and that we've been through some shit too. A lot of shit. And I don't think it's fair that some people's stories are told and some people's are not. I think too many people have done the trial itself and they can tell that story through a book. But I think it's more important the victim stories are told and how we got to this to begin with and how dangerous it can be to allow people like the sewer turtle to just spit out lies with, threats hidden as dog whistles to mobs of people. So if I'm writing a book, that's what it's going to be about. It's not going to be about the trial itself. Yeah, 75% acceleration, no intent required in the state of Massachusetts. It's just not. I can't. Me too. I agree with you, DJ. I don't care about what people think, because people who know me know who I am as a person, and they know what I'm about, and they know that I would help anyone if it's within my means to do so. So I can't. Is it maybe it's because my grandparents raised me most of life and like they're old school, you know, like does integrity just not exist anymore? I'm just not understanding. Like, you know, yeah, intent would be first degree. Like they seem to forget that Massachusetts does not require intent for murder to depraved heart. Like, yeah, the FBI said there was no car crash, therefore she didn't go backwards at 24 miles per hour, except for the fact that the FBI didn't say that, and also except for the fact that her car says that she did. So there's that. No, his injuries would not be greater if she was going backwards at 24 miles per hour from a medical standpoint. That is a completely false assertion because there is no way to weigh what his injuries would be, considering everyone's injuries are different. That somebody at 30 miles an hour can get hit and walk up without a scratch, and another person can die from getting hit 15 miles an hour. So that's just a completely false assertion to say his injuries would be far greater if she was going backwards at 24 miles an hour. He wasn't hit dead center in the car either. The FBI didn't say any such thing about the car crash. That didn't happen. Maybe you've just been fed lies for so long you don't even realize that you've just been fed bullshit. It is an understatement. Yeah, it doesn't require premeditation in this state either. Like, yeah, that's all Hank has to prove is she knew she hit him and she left. Her car shows that she went backwards at 24 miles an hour, 60 feet, and 75% acceleration. There's her car lying now, too. Her car's in on it. You know who took that data from the chip on, chip off from her car? The defense experts. So they're never going to say that that magic data is wrong because their experts are the ones who did it. But I mean, definitely still believe the nonsense. That's probably a smart idea. I think he can prove that, too, with the 5-degree movement of the wheel. Exactly what it looks like. Fine tuning. I mean, everyone is one of those on the internet, you know, just saying. Like, so you're going to do pandering for money? Yeah, they're also being recorded on Chris's cameras. So, I mean, I don't know why 10 of them would go out there. It's really kind of stupid if you ask me. You guys are not very smart. Like, yeah, it is important. It is trespassing. It's picketing a witness. It's all sorts of things. It's intimidation of a witness. Like, these people aren't playing with a full deck here. Like, it's not possible. It's absolutely possible. I've done it. Like, what do you mean? I went and did it. Like, it's definitely 100% possible. Like, nobody knows how to reverse these days. I mean, did anybody get taught how to drive? Like, it's not 60 feet's not far. I can't with the regular mainstream media. they just don't want, they want the salacious parts only. Like 75% acceleration. Like when you're like backing up, like someone said earlier, I don't remember if it was Freak or if it was Insider Man or it was one of you guys were like, I always have my foot ready to hit the brake. She did not hit the brake. Okay. She didn't jam on the brake at any point and be like, oh shit, I hit something like that. That's the thing, guys. Like, thank you, Mrs. 101. Yes, I am. I'm about to wrap it up, though. We're still here, but I'm about to wrap it up because I have to go to the bathroom and I'm tired. Now they have 2 other people that can watch. They have other people that are watching the jurors. They got an eye on them. Make no mistake. They have an eye on them. I don't know if you guys saw it on X or D&E, but I did confirm it was about 10 people outside of D&E today. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. Get it dismissed by any means necessary. But that didn't work, you know? Like, it just didn't. I also got a $10 donation a few minutes ago while that was playing. So thank you from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate you. I don't see anything else. But if you guys want to make a last-minute dono before I finish and wrap up this show, I would very well appreciate it. We definitely could use the help for sure. It's been a little slow during the trial, and we depend on that to sort of keep it rolling. So If you can, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have an Apple Pay link. We have a Revolut link. We also have Chime, but not many people use Chime, but we do have it. If I find anything online, yeah, I can put it in the Discord, but I got a couple phone calls I got to take after this anyway, for other information pertinent to this case. But you know, as soon as I have it, you guys know I'll give it to you as fast as I can get it in the way that I can give it to you. I will give it to you. Sometimes it's just hard to be able to give you some information I just sometimes can't share. But that's why I tell you guys, like, believe me, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I know something, you guys will be able to tell that I know something. Sometimes I can't tell you until it happens, but it is what it is. I do hope that everybody, we have another $10. I'm not going to read the name, obviously, because it's their regular name. It's $10 donation. It says, thanks for a great live stream. Well, thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. I'm going to check PayPal real quick just to make sure I don't miss no one. Don't want to do that. I would feel bad. Don't see anything. Of course, as always, if we get another one or we get one when we're not live anymore, we can read it as anonymous, of course, because we don't read people's regular names. It's just, we just don't do that here. We'll read it in the morning because we have a full day of trial all week. It's full day all week. So, and Monday for you Australians. But if I get any from my replay crew people, which we love so much because they're a big part of this as well, we will read it in the morning. And I will see you guys at 8:30 in the morning for trial. And everybody try to have, a good rest of the day. All right. I love your stinking faces. And I will see you in the AM, at least the AM here. Bye.